We're live, guys. Welcome back to the Fish Tank. I'm Bad as Fish 80, and as you can see, I'm joined by Pom. How do you say your full name, your full gamer tag, Pom? Pomodoro-san.
Yeah, that seems about right. Pomodoro-san.
Nice. Okay, well, welcome. Thanks for joining me today. It's been a while since we've hung out, so it's good to have you here. Today is tournament time. This is going to be Knight's Duel number 20. This is a Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf supported event. So thanks to those guys for supporting it. What are we going to have today? Well, we're going to have, I think, 5 Swiss rounds. That's where the players are going to play against each other. And then the top 8 will be decided upon that. And then we'll go into our elimination. We're going to be best of 3. And then we're going to go best of 5 when we get to the elimination and the conquest rules. Just a couple of cards to mention that are not going to be played today. So we're not going to have the current season cards as always. That's Urclaw and Bearvalanche. And Ritual of Servitude is also off of the available cards due to it not working quite correctly. The offshoot of that is we're also going to have the season cards from last season available in the tournament for the first time, which are Magnetic Bombs and Siegebreaker. Now, Pom, just if you will, just give us a very quick rundown of your experience, your history with the game of Minion Masters, just to, if people are not familiar with you as a person and a player.
Oh, for sure. I started in December 2018, and I've pretty much played mostly every month since. I've mostly played solos at the start, but I soon discovered that pre-mates was my favorite game mode. Once Dragon invited me to the 2v2 tournaments that used to happen about 1 or 2 years ago. That's been really my passion, and I really love perfectioning the art of the gameplay and really perfecting every single play. That's what motivates me a lot in this game, and I really do enjoy helping others. I've always been very open to reaching out to people and helping them out, checking out their replays and their gameplay to give hints and all that. And
yeah, I was going to say you also stream as well, so we'll put a link in the chat to Pom's stream, so make sure you drop him a follow. And yeah, I know you do like to go through and help people checking out their replays, and you do it in a level of detail that I don't think I've ever seen anyone else ever come close to. So that's really interesting to see. And you know, as you say, I don't know if you said it, but you're a very, very top player. And if people do watch you play, they can certainly learn a lot. So it's good to have you here, and I look forward to hearing your insights about the event today. So have you had a chance to check out the cards from last season that are going to be available today, the Magnetic Bombs and the Siegebreaker? And if so, do you think we're going to see them today, or are they not quite at the level that we need them to be for tournament?
I have tried the Siegebreaker mostly to try to generate tech because of its high 6 mana cost. I haven't seen or used the bombs, so I'm not too sure about these yet. Maybe we'll see something interesting that includes them.
Possibly, yeah. It's then both of those cards we don't see very often on the ladder. Siegebreaker a little bit, because as you say, it does kind of fit into those Outlander decks and generate the tech. I think we're going to see a bit of a buff to the Siegebreaker in the next patch, but we'll see if we see them today. Thinking about what we see on the ladder, what's very strong. Idol of Sacrifice, that's a very strong setup. Do you think that's something we're going to see today? That, of course, that I don't know if you saw last tournament, but we didn't have any statues at all because of their speed being incorrect. But that's now been fixed, so that's going to be back on, and I think that's going to be a very strong strat.
I think it's a bit of an unfortunately straightforward combo that is extremely hard to stop, but since that's been a very prominent strategy in solos for a few months now, people will most certainly have ways to deal with that.
It's one of those strats. It's
quite
very. I was going to say it's very easy to set up, and it's pretty difficult to defend.
Yeah, which is why I say it's quite of an unfortunate thing.
So I think we're going to see. I think the proposed nerf in the next patch is for the idol to not have haste anymore. I think so that's going to give you a lot more time to deal with it. But definitely the combination of the Rage and Hasted statue and the Berserker Raged Prowler, very, very difficult to deal with. So I think it'd be interesting to see if people do play it, if people do ban it, and if it is played, how people play against it. Because I think you've got to have that in your mind that you could come up against that. So that could definitely be affecting people's deck building choices. So we'll see that. I'm not too sure what else we'll see. I wonder if we'll see some of the new Dragon's Nest. That was changed in the recent patch. I did play that a little bit. That seems quite decent. It'd be interesting to see if we see Dragon's Nest back on there. So there's a few things. There's a lot of different strats out there. It'd be interesting to see what people decide to bring to the tournament. So we're going to get set up for our first game as quickly as we can here. So hopefully, Palm, I know it was a bit late when I mentioned to the competitors about adding you, but hopefully you've got some friend requests, and if not, let us know and we can try and reach out and get the people to add you.
Yeah, I've been getting quite a few, about 10 so far.
Very nice. Okay, so let's get set up here. We'll have a look at the people that are here today. We have some big names as always. It'll be interesting to see if they go deep into the tournaments, as they would be expected to. But things like especially in the early stages, things like the Idol of Sacrifice strat, I think that's something that you could see a newer player have a lot of success against an experienced player with. Kind of like back in the day when Ruby was super, super strong. I know we saw Panada, who is quite an experienced player, but Panada was having some good results against Set in the tournament with that. So sometimes there's these very strong strats that can really reduce the gap between the top players and some of the newer players.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes and which sort of strategies people do choose to go for. That's why I mentioned earlier that really the players need to absolutely be aware of these extremely strong strategies that don't require that have quite a low setup requirement.
Yeah. The problem is you've got to be aware of it. You've got to be ready for it. You've got to have the right cards to counter it, and you've got to play them correctly. You've got all these things that you've got to do to try to defend against it. Whereas on the other side, it's very, very easy for the player to set it up.
We'll see how they can manage them. Yeah. Another thing that's very common, I'm not sure if it's common in tournaments, but Meloweens with stacking all of her spells and units onto a single either Colossus or Mardred.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that. And that's, again, a similar sort of strat where you have a fairly simple setup, but a very, very difficult defense to pull it off. And that's, I think, when we talk about balance of the game, that's one of the things that people get really frustrated about when you have these really strong things that are super, super easy for new players or anyone to play. I don't know if they should have I mean, I'm sure they should have a place in the game, but I think the healthiest way is everything should be defendable.
Yeah, agreed.
And
that's been one of
if you have these decks where people, yeah, sorry to talk over you there. If you have these decks where people that have been playing the game for 3 days and beating people with thousands of hours, then that just doesn't really, it just doesn't feel good to me.
Agreed. It doesn't feel good to the top players for sure.
Right, so the first game... Yep, sorry, go ahead.
I was just talking about that with Fault yesterday, how really the game should be balanced for the top players, and the top players shouldn't be frustrated by their inability to defend against things that really don't require much skill. All right, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it's difficult for the balancing of the game because you've got so many different players of so many different abilities. And we've seen cards like Blood Imps, for example, absolutely awful card for new players, but top players get huge value out of them. So that makes it so difficult to balance them. If a top player's doing well, do you nerf it? And then if you nerf it, then it's even doubly worse for the bad players, or the newer players, I should say, more respectfully. So I think it's very tricky to get the balance for everyone. And then, of course, we always have the discussion. You've got the multiple game modes as well, which also makes it fairly terrible or impossible to balance.
For sure.
You've got cards or masters that's really overpowered in duos but underpowered in solos. You can't give them more strength really because they'll be too strong in duos. So it is a very difficult balancing act. Right. So we're working on bans. So just to remind everyone, the bans, as always, the players can ban a master and 2 specific cards. That is a ban that affects their opponent. So their opponent cannot play those cards or that master, and of course their opponent has the ban power back towards them. If you ban a master for your opponent, you can play that master unless your opponent bans it back to you. So do you feel like there's a master that's going to be catching most of the bans today? Or do you feel like the master balance is fairly okay and it's really down to personal preference?
I think it'll be the latter, where whichever master you think will beat whatever you are playing right now, that's what you want to ban. I'm not sure that any one particular master is really worth consistently banning throughout. Perhaps the more common Diona, Morelia, Apep.
Yeah, Morelia's not one we see too often in tournament
Oh,
play.
I'm sorry, I meant Milloween.
Oh, right, yeah. Dragon, of course, used to always play Morelia. Morelia quite a lot, but without Dragon in the tournaments, not too many Morelia players. Milloween, of course, very, very common. Okay, so looks like we've got some bans coming in. I'm just checking to make sure we've got the players to be spectated. So we're looking for Koi and Kestrel. Koi is definitely somebody that we've come across before in these events. Kestrel could be a newer player. Okay, so Kestrel is here. I'm going to main spectate Koi.
I don't think I have Koi, so I'll go on Kestrel.
Set this up. We'll go through the bans just very quickly for you, and then we'll get some gameplay. Just to remind you, if you've joined us today, this is Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knight's Duel number 20. Thanks to those guys for supporting this. Thanks to you guys tuning in. Thanks for Pom being here. Sinobii, of course, behind the scenes. What card is the Shock Spearman?
Stun Lancers.
Must be, right? Sometimes players are not, especially newer players, they're not fully familiar with the name of the cards. And also, of course, if you've got players from speaking different languages, sometimes the cards have very different names in different languages.
Yeah, it helps to set the game to English.
I seem to recall that the blast monster is called the Rage Mage or something in Russian.
That's pretty good.
It sounds badass. Okay, so the bans, as we mentioned, the ban powers. So we've got Koi banning Apep. So that was one of the masters we kind of expected to see banned. Defenso Chopper. Now, Defenso Chopper's a decent counter for like the Prowler. So that could be a suggestion that he might be playing that strat. The Defenso Chopper and the Stun Lancers.
Interesting.
And Kestrel banning Wrecked, Veil Stalker, and City Watch. So City Watch, of course,
pretty good one there.
City Watch, one of those cards that's kind of dominated the meta, despite the changes recently. He's going to get another nerf coming up. How do you feel like cards like a City Watch, where it's something that gives you a lot of value, kind of constantly over time, rather than just sort of up front? It's almost kind of like a bit of mana banking, which has always been...
It's been both.
Yeah.
It's been both value immediately and value over time throughout the entire match. It's been extremely strong ever since its release. They've tried to slowly tune it down, but while everything else gets nerfed, that means City Watch is only keeping up with the nerfs while staying ahead of most of everything.
Do you think the change to the Empyrean army, where you had to have 7 instead of 5 Empyrean cards, really changed much? Or do you think that just made people just adjust their decks just a little bit, and it still didn't really change the power of the card and the offering?
Not really. I don't think that's a very interesting change at all, because the Imperial Army as a faction is more of the same, just beefy, low DPS, healthy units that slowly grab all the bridges.
Yeah.
Having 5 or 7 is pretty much more of the same. Sure, you have 2 fewer cards that you can have from other specialty factions, but I don't think it hurts them that much, and it's not really an interesting change for all of the other existing Imperial Army cards.
Yeah, I think it was a case that they needed to do something, and it was kind of over the Christmas break, so they needed to just get a change in. And we'll see, because speaking to the devs, they did mention that there's a possibility to have different Imperial Army requirements for different cards. So that maybe might confuse things a little bit, or it may give them a little more control over the balancing. We'll see if they decide to go with something like that. Right, so we're almost set up here for our first game. This is going to be Koi against Kestrel. We'll give them the go-ahead. Make sure we are ready here. Looking good. We'll have our dual deck technology, so you guys can see both of them. And we'll see how we do. So, it's nice to see experienced players in the tournament, but also new players. But I think that there's a lot for new players to learn. It's not just about playing the matches, it's about having to consider about what kind of decks are going to be working in the sort of meta that they're kind of expected to play against. Also, you've got these ban powers that new players sometimes just go, I don't know what to ban, so I'm not going to ban anything, or they ban things that just seem out of the ordinary. So there's a lot for players to learn when they're coming in. But I think it's great to see some new players here and getting their foot in the door. And I think it's a good experience for them. And, you know, of course, playing against these players in the event, some good players, you can really learn and improve your game. And, you know, find some different strats that they're playing. Make some friends. You know, there's all sorts of good stuff that can happen in these events. Right, so we've given them the thumbs up, and it looks like we are loading in to our first game of the day here in GG Tour. No, it's not GG Tour. They're not a sponsor anymore. Moving on, Team Under Frenzy! Right, it's Koi against Kestrel.
I'm loading in.
Okay. Someone restarted their game. Get that set up. Right.
We have Stormbringer versus Morrowind.
With Milo, one of those masters we expected to see a lot. There we do.
Sniper gets the kill. Another kill on this bounty there. Meluin playing Zenshi so far, it seems. Stormbringer having quite expensive cards, so he's not too sure if he wants to cap for 5 mana there, for 8 mana.
Right, Rock Rivals. Now, Rock Rivals, we might talk about this a bit later. This is likely to see a big change in the next patch, but for now, this is going to be the only statue that they're going to see from this.
The Rock Rivals did get hit by a Frost Feather there, getting slowed right at the start. That's not great for that Rock Rivals here. Another bear for 3 at the bottom. A bit of an early stun there. That laser turret wasn't even attacking yet.
No, normally what you do with the laser turret is you let it kind of ramp up a little bit and then stun it to reset it.
That was a good whirly, stopping the turtle on this side so that the turtle didn't contest at all.
And we can see
Koi with the emote.
One of the newer things that the game added was the timers for the different perks. So now we can see a timer in the perk at the top there for Koi for his perk 1 Golem. So that's a nice little change there.
Little split here, but that's still 6 mana to capture both bridges.
Do you think Koi's going to have a trouble pushing into... He's got those 2 defensive buildings as Kestrel. He's got the Magma Cannon and the laser turret.
I think he'll do fine with his spells right there. Going all in from the top, no ignoring bottom entirely. That Mushroom Puff will not give its mushroom to the Rock Rivals. Stopping the Rock Rivals with a monkey a bit too far ahead there, getting
wants to use the rampant growth here. Oof.
Will the heal go through? No.
I feel like he should have taken more face damage there and traded by getting the rampant growth on that golem, because that golem, once it gets the face, is a monster.
Definitely. He should have played the golem at the back also to allow himself more mana to support it. He does try to kill the bounty sniper with a skeleton, and that did work out very strangely. Kestrel could have definitely stopped that from happening. Koi hates turrets with his spells, and Kestrel likes his 8 mana combos.
Right, so here we see...
Kestrel is kind of ignoring top.
Yeah, the big golem with the growth burst buff at the top. Giant growth.
Here comes a bit of an early stun there. He could have waited for it to ramp up a little bit. The unholy ground there will
I don't think he can kill this quickly enough, can he?
Nope.
Well, look how close he is.
Going. Oh, Koi was indeed taking a beating on his own. But he did go all in at the bridge. Really, both players ignoring each other's pushes and just going for their own push and hoping theirs is stronger.
Okay, so Koi taking the first game there, but very close. And I've played quite a bit of the rampant growth Zenshi strat, and it seems very strong. You've got that Shen shock stick, which goes kind of crazy when it's ramped up. Up to 8 shock rocks come out of that thing, and then of course you've got the heal. So
and the stun on it.
The stun, the knockback.
Rampant growth has an extra, yeah.
Yeah, you can have a battle monkey on face, and then you knock everything back, and it just shreds for a little bit.
Is the knockback far enough for a prowler to leap again?
Not sure actually. It could be. It does feel like it's quite a decent knockback. Okay, so that's the first game of the day. Rock Rivals, a card that we see very often in ladder, in tournament play as well. Now, an interesting change, if we get a second to talk about that here, in the next patch, proposed change, not sure if it's definitely going through, but they were going to change Rock Rivals to be 4 mana, but the statue spawns every time.
I'd love to see that in 2s where you can consistently deal with the statue easily.
And I think it was going to be a non-hasted statue as well. So that I kind of like that change. Be interesting to see if that does go through or not.
Starting with the crossbow dudes. Swarmers, you should know, only win one side on this. Playing 2 more for Stint at bottom, Stint at the top. They're still even. On mana and on bridge control. Oof, Kestrel having to spend a whole 5 mana there to just kill a little 2 mana.
Yep,
Gets
and he's going to get
by Reboomer.
Value out of it. Okay.
Koi slowing down this vulture just to cap the bridge. I'm not sure if those bats were ever going to kill the Stint. Kestrel being stuck here. He should wait till 10 mana here.
So Koi's playing an Apep Avea strat, whereas Kestrel's got a very aggro bats, Voidborn, Battle Monkey, Rage. Let's see how that works.
Very aggro here. Here's the shield on the Avea.
Okay, that could be massive, that Reboomer.
Nice shield here. The shock rock could have saved him from the shield and the Propeller Scrats.
Some really good defense from Koi there, because he's playing a kind of a late game strat, and Kestrel's playing early game aggro. Or the bats.
He did just use bats,
he only got 2
nothing
bats.
out of it.
That's really not good. You've got to save up your mana really as much as possible, then use the bats, and then just get everything out as quickly as you can.
Will Incubus do anything here? Saving the bridge for a bit, but dying to the Avea Swarm.
Is that 2 or 3 Avea pops so far?
That's been 3. Getting the kill. She was about to activate the 4th time, so he's saving some time here. That was a good shock rock to activate the Reboomer here. I'm not sure he dies. But yeah,
Koi's done a good job. He's done a good job with his Avea. He's activated with just over 2 minutes in.
Yeah, Koi definitely has the upper deck here to defeat Kestrel's ground unit. Very expensive ground units.
Okay, bats. Rage bats, but they just get absolutely murdered by that beam.
This is pretty much the beginning of the end. Koi is probably sitting at 8 mana here. I can't see from my point of view, but Koi will always keep the fringes.
He's got the bridges. You don't need to do anything at that point. You're right. Got an activated stint to grab that top bridge. Wishes.
Having to pay 5 mana to kill a Grenadier, not ideal at all.
And then it's just going to go straight into that reboomer and explode mostly.
This will get a lot of kills though, but meanwhile Koi is sitting on all his mana, just waiting and gathering mana.
Yeah, he wants to save for the bats, but he just doesn't have that time. That Battle Monkey's going crazy in there though.
Koi got a rammer as his perk 3 to finish the job.
It's kind of frustrating. There comes the beam. I don't think he's quite dead here, but he will be very soon.
Health. Oh, there's a Grenadier. 2 hits and he's done for. This is it with the bats. Oh, 1 mana bat. There we go, the rage.
Okay, he's not really going to be able to hold this. The Battle Monkey's going to do a great job trying its best. Probably going to kill everything here. Remember, it'll attack faster based on how many things are around it.
It's all about the Beam of Doom now, man, anyway.
Yeah. He knows. And that rammer as well. That's just insult to injury.
He did... No, perk 3 coming in at the worst time. He did pierce through somewhat at the end.
Okay, so Koi taking that by 2 games to 0. It was an interesting strat from Kestrel. His kind of strat was the Doom Cleaver to reduce the bats and then get as many bats out as possible. Which it just didn't really manage to get that often enough. Koi didn't really have good ways of dealing with the bats if they were able to get out and start jumping around. It was a good beam to clear them on spawn. But yeah, that was... I think the reboomer might have been the MVP there. That really helped him deal with those early pushes.
Definitely, really shutting down anything from the get-go. Yeah, as for bats, he only had proper Scrats and Crossbow Dudes, which kind of struggle against bats.
Right. That's our first game of the day. Remember, this is, for the first 5 rounds, I think it is, this is a Swiss format event, so the players will be playing each other based on their performance so far. So the people winning should play other people that are winning, and so forth. So if you lose a game, doesn't mean you're out. You're just going to fight again, and after the rounds of the Swiss, then we'll go and have a look at our top 8. Brackets are available for you in the chat. So you can follow along if you want to. One thing we haven't had a look at yet is who is here in this event, so let's have a look at that quickly. Tangelizer mentioned Avea in the chat because he's really salty because I played against him in a randoms game one time and I got my Avea activated on my first spawn. I got 5 activations on the first spawn.
That's pretty good.
Was not happy. I think that was a instant rage quit.
Let's see. Oh, she only roars 4 times to be activated.
Yeah, I got 5.
But you got 5.
It was nonsense. Right, so who do we have here today? Set. We'll just pick out some of the names we're familiar with. No disrespect to anyone else, but we've got Set, of course. He won the SBI recently. We've got Dark Crow, who I think is kind of a perennial runner-up to Set. We'll see how he can do. Nataraja's in there as well. Previous tournament winner. Koi, as we saw, very experienced player. Ficus again, someone we see a lot in these events. And a lot of new players as well. Chainig in there as well. So welcome to everyone. We will expect to see players like Set, Dark Crow, Nataraja, Chainig, because those kind of players, at the end, there or thereabouts. If you had to put your money on someone, who would you be going with at the moment?
That's quite a big question here. I'm not too sure. The names I mostly see that have been consistently towards the top: Set, Dark Crow, Nataraja.
Set always feels like a good choice. Right, so let's have a look what else is going on in the round one. So we've had Set beating Briz, Dark Crow beating Pentanium, Nataraja beating Sao Feng. Ficus gets a DQ. Not sure what happened there against that Ain't It Chief. Chainik beating Min PNG. We've got a couple of games still going on there. We see Koi beating Kestrel, as we saw. Kyle Bickford beating Telsir with a DQ. Centeri getting a win there. Duran as well. Okay, so what we need to do is wait for these games to finish. And then the second round of the Swiss event will be set up, and we'll know who's going to be playing who.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Set getting a win, we'd expect to see that. Dark Crow. So no real shocks so far.
Yep, looking at the names I know, it's what was expected. I would have liked... I wonder what kind of deck they use. I wonder if they use different decks towards the start of a tournament versus the end of a tournament.
Yeah, some of the players prefer to just try to play a single deck as much as possible in the early stages, where they're not restricted and having to change, so they don't have to show any late tournament strats away. And then other people just play the same deck constantly. And I think what we see with some of the newer players, and this is definitely something we've seen in the past, is they'll have a potential deck that's very strong, they're very familiar with it, they'll play it, they'll do well, but then they might get to the later stages where they had the restrictions of having to play different decks, different masters, and then they start to struggle. So I think that's where the conquest rules, as we call them, where players can't play the same master if they're one with it, I think that's where it starts to make it a lot more interesting at the end of the event.
It's definitely good, though, to show that you master more than a single strategy, and it's you that is truly playing well, and it's necessarily only your deck. Hadn't we seen something similar recently with the Stormbringer playing a lot of buildings, doing very well in one of the tournaments?
Yeah, I think we did have someone. I can't remember exactly who it was. I think it might have been a Chinese player. But yeah, they did very well, and then you get to that stage where you have to play other stuff, and then they start to struggle a little bit. One thing I wanted to do, but I'm not sure if it's too confusing for players and or admin staff, is to take the conquest rules a little bit further. Because one thing we do see is players will just play the same deck, but just change the master. I wanted to put some kind of restrictions so that wasn't you could only, you had to change like at least 3 cards in your deck or something like that. I don't know if that just makes it more confusing or if it makes it more interesting or not.
I think it would be quite hard to implement, because what would be the idea? You need to change your deck type, or like you need to change the core of your deck. That would be the restriction, but that's very hard to like know exactly which decks count for that, or which deck which card counts in that or not.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure how best to do that. I'm not I know what the outcome wants to be, where you force people to have to play different strats and stuff. It just feels like a little bit like just playing the same master with different masters with the same deck is kind of sidestepping the rules a little bit. But
yeah, it's a bit of a loophole there, loophole exploitation.
Right. Okay, so it looks like Ficus lost his first game because he lost electricity. He is from the Ukraine, so obviously they have situations going on in there, so fingers crossed he's okay. If you are getting in our giveaway, make sure you put the emoji on the end. Otherwise it won't let you in. You'll be sad. Okay, so it looks like we've got almost all of the results in. Just waiting on Silent against Famed. Then we'll have our second round set up and we'll figure out where we're going to go and who we're going to see. So we've seen Milloween and Apep from Koi. Kind of expected those masters. Stormbringer. I think we see Stormbringer a decent amount in these tournaments. Ravager. Some people like to play a bit of aggro as well. Always good to see.
Stormbringer is a very solid and consistent master. I think he's one of the more control-y type of master because of his extreme passivity. Just consistently keeping control of the board, slowly withering away all of the small units, which forces the enemy to play bigger units to tank for them. Although he is weak to stronger medium pushes.
Yeah, I'm always surprised how impactful his perk 3, Stormbringer's perk 3, can be in a game. Just like changes the game from being super close to suddenly you just can't do anything against it.
Yeah, because he shuts down all of the cheap 2-cost cards. So you're basically forced to always overpay to try to contest him. Meanwhile, he's sitting back.
Right, looks like we're set up. Looks like all the games have been completed in the first round. And we'll get it set up for who we're going to go and see in the next one, so that's good.
Who will we be watching?
That is currently undecided. Let's have a look if the pairings have been set up. Just about to read them and then they reset, so somebody might be fiddling behind the scenes. Just wait for that to update and then we'll see who we're going to go with. What's going on in the chat? Yeah, I think what Dark Crow says there about being newcomer friendly, I think that's kind of why we have the split conquest rules in the event, where you try to make it as accessible as possible for new players who might not have many masters or strats or cards. But also at the late game, you have more restrictions where experienced players that you expect to get to that point of the event, have to actually show a bit more than just prowess with one particular deck. So I think we've got a decent setup the way it is at the moment. Just try to be as inclusive as possible.
Agreed.
Okay, so we've got some interesting games looking here. Dark Crow against Silco. I'm not too familiar with Silco as a person, but I've definitely seen them on the ladder and played them a few times, and they've been doing really well out there. I'm not too sure how long they've been about in the game, if they're a newer player, if they're someone with a changed name, not sure. They're definitely a player that's been doing very well with some different strats out there on the ladder. So they're against Dark Crow. Chaining against Nataraja. It's kind of two forces to be reckoned with. Koi gets rewarded for winning his first round by going up against what we could say is the reigning champion of Set.
That's quite the reward.
Quite the reward.
I don't see Dark Crow online on my friends list.
I'll look in a second.
I do see Silco. Oh, yes, I do see Dark Crow now. Who will you spectate?
1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be Dark Crow against Silco. Let's see if we have those guys set up, and we'll look out for the bans from them. Right, I'm going to main spectate Silco just because I don't have him on the other account.
Alright. I can't yet see their bans for this round.
Okay. Not sure what Silco's experience is with tournament play. Tournament play, of course, definitely not quite the same as ladder play. Of course, there are some similarities. Especially now that we don't have wildcards in solos, which makes it a lot easier to practice things out there on the ladder compared to what it used to be like for tournaments. Just thinking of some of the balance changes for this season. Discussed there.
One I've seen was Both being buffed a bit. Very interesting card, I feel like.
And he does the
kind
Revelry
of
now as well.
Yes, they finally fixed the Revelry after many months. Both is an interesting card. He's not extremely strong. He's not awfully bad. I think I like him. I've played him a bit, mostly for fun in twos. He does his own thing, but I feel like that's an interesting change to see it be buffed.
One thing I've seen a lot is the Frostbearer this season. They changed the way that the freeze works, so it only takes 2 seconds instead of 3 to trigger the frost for the freeze for the first time. So that's a card that we've seen a lot. And that's a card that can be used defensively to really shut things down, as well as also really make, if you use it as a support card, it makes it very difficult for your opponent to defend your pushes.
Yeah, once again, I think this card is balanced in itself, mostly because of its on-spawn being frozen, so you can almost never count on it to go contest a bridge quickly. You're bound to using it mostly defensively on your first play.
I wonder if it might be too strong with regards to how quickly it can refreeze things after a freeze. I think that might be something. If they needed to nerf it, I think that might be something they would need to change. One of the other changes that was kind of fairly unexpected was a huge buff to the Frostfeather Flyby. That was always kind of a nice 2-mana removal spell, especially if you were playing Ratbow. And they buffed the damage output of that substantially.
That's quite surprising. The Frostfeather Flyby was one of the only offensive spells that didn't get hit by the spell nerf some years ago. And in this patch, Frostfeather Flyby got buffed along with the... What is it called? The portal?
A Void Altar?
Yes. And something that you don't see often, but that is very strong with the Void Altar, is to use Frostfeather Flyby on the enemy master, and all 3 of the Void Souls will be grabbed by the Flyby. So whenever I think about Void Altar, I think about Frostfeather Flyby. That's the only card you need to pick up all of the 3 souls.
Is it guaranteed to pick them up? Because I feel like the souls have a little bit of variance as to where they spawn.
Yes, it is. All of the V formation for the Flyby is broad enough, wide enough that it will touch all 3.
Interesting. What else did we see in this change? Sunburn got its millionth balance change. Now back down back down to 3 mana, but only does 60 damage. Dragon's Nest gets another change, of course. You like Sunburn at 3 mana?
I've used it a bit, but it's very disappointingly low, the damage. It's got pretty much the same change as Daggerfall got a while ago, from 4 to 3 mana again. But now it barely kills anything. What can you really use it against? Some little swarm. It doesn't kill medium units. It doesn't chunk medium units at all.
Well, do you
At
think
least you
that's
get the
because
rage from it.
you think that's because they're trying to make it as a kind of a support card for your big units to rage them and just to clear the horde off of them, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it helps. For two things I can think of most is like when you have a slow attacking unit, I don't know, Fanriel, Wolf, Rock Rivals that get swarmed by skeletons or scrats, then you can use that to clear out the enemies. Or it's also very much used against a bounty sniper.
Yeah.
It's a bounty sniper killer. Or Arcanist, for example. Very low but slightly dangerous units. It doesn't kill Kisma Boomstick anymore, which is annoying.
No, so
It doesn't kill Vulture anymore.
Like damage down from 130 to 60 is huge, right? That's just from 1 mana reduction.
Yeah, 130 was a very big threshold because it killed Fire Imps, Stun Lancers, Wizard Puffs, all very good. Like when you had Sunburn and you saw the enemy play those, you felt good about killing them with that. Now Sunburn is strictly for little units.
Right. Looks like we're getting some bans coming in. Also looks like we may have confusion about names of cards. Right. Blue Dragon is Jin Long. Makes sense. Right. Let's get this set up and then we can go. So, looks like we're having Silco is banning Wrecked, Snap Freeze, and Jin Long. And Dark Crow banning City Watch and Idol of Sacrifice. But no master ban. Interesting.
No master listed.
We were speaking just now about how powerful the Frostbearer is, but also the change to the freeze being 2 instead of 3 seconds. That the idea of that was to buff the spells, really. Like the Snap Freeze. So Silco feeling like he doesn't want to deal with that. And
yeah, I think Dark Crow had used Snap Freeze before all of its buffs on a Wrecked and big units deck, such as Rock Rivals, I believe, along with maybe a Monkey in solos. So Dark Crow is experienced with Snap Freeze, and Snap Freeze has gotten nothing but buffs since, so Dark Crow must be very scary with Snap Freeze. The damage added to Snap Freeze has been extremely strong for it. Now it's on the same level of damage as Shock Rocket and Impetus to kill very weak units.
Yeah, definitely helps. And of course, a lot of these players will play against each other many, many times on the ladder in the season, so they'll have a good idea. Maybe they may even keep records of what these other players are playing, or, you know, just remember strats that they're playing. So, you know, we have the people using their ban powers to ban things that are just kind of maybe good against what they're playing, or what's kind of strong in the meta. But then you maybe take it to the next level and you start banning things specifically that you know your opponent is likely to play.
Which I think is the case here. I think they are ready.
Yep. Looks like we're ready here. So I've got Silco on the main screen, Dark Crow on the next. This would be interesting to see. I think Dark Crow would be the favourite here. But as I say, Silco's been doing a great job out there on the ladder. Let's see if they can translate that into tournament play. Giving the players the go-ahead, and as soon as they're ready, we'll jump into the game. Thanks for joining us today, guys, for Team Mono Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knight's Duel number 20. And of course, thanks to Pom for joining us. We've got a giveaway running. Make sure you enter with the commands. Make sure you're following the stream. We'll draw some winners at the end of the stream. Don't worry if you're not here, if you can't stay for the whole stream. If we draw your name, you will get a prize. So, yeah, so for the most recent PTR, which is the test version of the game that everyone can get involved in, join the Minion Masters Discord, check out the PTR stuff. There were a lot of interesting changes. I don't know if you saw the proposed changes, Pom. Was that something that you were aware of, or?
I did see them, the changes to the core of the gameplay, like not putting units near other units. I would have a lot to say about this, but I don't think we have quite time for a rant.
Yeah, so that was I think that was not the last, but the previous PTR where they had some changes to core gameplay. But the last PTR for the balance changes for the next patch, they were looking at changes to make APEP timer-based perks instead of cycle perks, and also to give you a different random card each time.
I think the master will be good, but he won't be the oppressive, completely cycle-based master that everyone can always rely on. It makes him interesting and more balanced.
Yeah. And I think the plan was the cards you get, the discounted cards, they could be any card within reason, rather than just a 2 or 4 mana card. You could get like an 8 mana card, reduced to 6 mana or whatever. But anyway, let's go on to game number 1 in this second round match. We've got Silco.
Dark Crow playing reliable Blood Imps and Diona. Blood Imps always very strong in solos, also when you have a master or another card that can heal you. Silco knowing that Plasma Marines do kill Blood Imps. Dark Crow playing a massively Slither deck here. A statue, straight up statue, very interesting to see. I was not expecting that. Waiting till 10 mana, and he plays a Lash of Amun into Blood Imps. Oh, not a Lash of Amun, Amun himself.
The full Amun, yeah.
Amun dying. Ooh, Amun did not die.
That's a really nice vortex there. Amun
the
plus
last
vortex.
little Blood Imp.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Thing on the bridge.
Yeah.
Silco having both Aimbot and Drone Walker will be very strong against Amun.
Yep, but he does need to be careful not to stack too much together for that vortex, because that's the strat, right? You get the Amun, you vortex the counters to it, you smack everything, you res, you go again. It'd be really difficult to deal with.
Yep. Also be very careful with the Blood Imps against Amun. Dark Crow looking for an opportunity to use his trap. He does find one, lowering the aimbot, but not properly killing it.
Aimbot with the Nats is really quite strong.
Yes, if Silco doesn't mess up his tech, he will consistently have the Nats, which it's very difficult to approach.
Yeah.
Because no matter what you put, you get pestered down by the Gnats. Statue on the bridge.
The really annoying thing is that the aimbot aggro's on face, whereas the Nats don't, so it's difficult to play stuff on it. But then we see the Siegebreaker. We spoke about the Siegebreaker earlier. Would we see the Siegebreaker?
Which rage! Unfortunately, the Siegebreaker gets a last shot on the statue and doesn't get one on Amun. Dark Crow getting the sacrifice out to res Amun. Silco having to pay quite a bit.
Yeah, he did a great job though, just getting that Hellfire through there just to clear. Otherwise, that would have been a huge investment for nothing.
That was a very funny swap right there, predicting a unit there. Silco ends up with top and getting the Ruffles bounty here, 2 mana for free.
Yeah, that's
the XP
nice.
is in Silco's favor, but the health is in Dark Crow's favor. I think that's the idea here.
Yeah, King Puff very strong when it gets to perk 3 though.
Definitely will help a lot. Dark Crow baiting the units up top.
Statue's just gonna get absolutely shredded. Oh, that's a
yes,
nice trade
the
though.
Vortex. Amun getting shut down by the Gnats. Very strong change to the task right there, the Gnats.
Oh, that Amun getting just a little bit of extra value at the end there.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Silco. Amun is...
I think Silco's
you need to
played
be
a lot
very
of tasks.
careful with it. Interesting shield on the Blood Imps. Was that a leak by Dark Crow? I think it was.
Sure.
Dark Crow is a very patient player.
The way you put that trap on face,
get flustered.
Yeah, the way you put that trap on face felt like he just had mana and you needed to do something with it.
Yeah, at that exact moment, things weren't going very well. He does use the Vortex on the aimbot every time, which does get rid of it.
Statue's gonna get through to face.
Interesting bridge
Nice
buddies
trap.
from Silco. The statue getting way more hits than it should have.
That was 3 hits when it looked like it was on like 3 HP. Still got 3 hits.
You have Amun on face. No res, however.
Okay.
Dark Crow playing it patiently once again.
Yeah.
He knows he has
I was just looking at Darkrow's hands to see if he had any way to res it, but not really. Here we see the Siege Breaker. Not really breaking
Making use of the
sieges.
Spirit.
Very
good use of the Spirit there, however, on the Siege Breaker.
It was, but they're forced to switch bridges with no Night Puff generation. And that's very bad. If you're in King Puff's shoes and you're using that bridge switch and not getting any Night Puffs.
Yeah, it was only to delay the inevitable there.
Yeah, okay. So we see Darkrow with a Slither-based Diona, but not an Idol of Sacrifice. So showing some different strats that can be played there with Slither, but I think that's quite an old strat, quite a simple strat in so much as you've got the statue that's leading the line, you've got the Armoon that's kind of behind it, almost on top of it. It makes it very difficult to aggro the Armoon to kill it, and of course you've got the Vortex to deal with anything and pull it all together and get huge value. So
yeah, all three of those cards work extremely well together.
Yeah,
and Darkrow played it well with not really diluting his mana by playing too much Stun Lancers or Musketeers or caring too much about the bridges there. He got what he needed from the bridges, and he made his combo work.
Yeah, and we saw that statue get to face that had about 4 HP left, but then there was a Taunt Trap, and that statue got, I think, 3 face hits off, which was huge value for something that looked like it was almost dead. And we see the top players playing Diona, and it's just using the traps in the right way at the right time, and you can just get huge value from them. And again, another proposed change, I know we're mentioning those, just to confuse everyone a little bit, was to change Diona's traps to be timer-based instead of cycle-based, so that you're not forced to play kind of cheap decks with her. Be interesting to see how that works out. But I think timer-based decks or timer-based perks make it more interesting because you're not forced to have this cheap deck building to get the best out of the perks. Just a proposed change. We'll see if that goes through. How do you feel about something like that? Do you like the idea of being more free with regards to the deck building?
Yeah, I've not really quite thought about the implications of it. It does change the approach extremely much, but we do see that pretty much a lot of masters are slowly becoming timer-based. We've seen Milloween. King Puff will lose his cooldown reduction on his swap.
Yep.
Now Apep and Diona.
I always felt Apep was a little bit of a confusion, because you have his auto attack that gets buffed by heavy cards, but then you have his perk 1 and perk 3 that you want cheap cards, a cheap cycle to take advantage of. So his
auto attack has been like, I see myself included, I've seen a lot of new players aim to build around that auto attack bonus, but then the matter, it's not really his.
What you gain from that, you lose far too much on the other hand.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you guys are interested in knowing about proposed changes, testing them out, things like that, make sure you join the Minion Masters Discord. Make sure you check out the PTR section. You can try upcoming cards. You can try upcoming balance changes. Give your feedback. Help the devs balance the game in the best way that they possibly can. That's available to everyone. Right, so we are waiting for game number 2 here. Darkrow taking that first one with that Slither Diona deck. How do you feel about TAS at the moment? That's something that got changed with the Nats, and that really changed it completely. And there was definitely a season where TAS was everywhere. Do you think that's in a healthy place at the moment? Or one thing that's really frustrating is when you get Stormbringer and you get the range on those Nats. Really frustrating.
Yeah, that's a very strange interaction here. That they have removed the marksmanship from all buildings some time ago, and now once again they're reintroduced. Yeah. As someone mentioned in the PTR discussions before this change went live, is that TAS is now a better wall because of the range of the constant damage of the extra ability.
Yeah, I think it makes
at the same time they really reduce the health on wall, which makes it
Yeah.
not the great defensive option or anything.
I think it makes it interesting where you have to think about where you're going to play the building more than just of where your hellfires are going to go. Kind of makes it a bit more interesting, but of course, you just can't be too strong.
The more I think about that, the more I think that it's what's the word? Well, there's too many things going on for it. It has the marked, which helps a ton. It has the gnats. They can have marksmanship. It has hellfire. It's only 3 mana. It has a high amount of health, as much as a wall.
Yeah.
It's a bit too much in a single card. However, the fact that it's ability-based means it doesn't cycle the best, because you need to wait for it to die for it to be put at the bottom of your deck once again.
Yeah.
The ability itself has been buffed along with the addition of the gnats, dealing 180 damage. That clears out all of the fireball targets in a straight line multiple times.
One thing that I don't like about it is when you get to late game Mana Frenzy duos with it, it can just get so much value. Just cycle it on face over and over again. It just feels really frustrating. Like, trying to think of other cards that kind of do it. It's kind of similar to when your opponent plays Ruby and you don't want to play anything because you know you're going to trade badly against it. It just kind of makes it frustrating to play against. It's like a deterrent. And you find yourself just desperately waiting for it to die before you can get out on the field.
Yeah, it's very hard to approach. There's been not very much anything that can approach it. Maybe a Prowler, but that's hard to justify really just for that.
Yeah.
There's a Bazooka Scrat, doesn't even one-shot it. Even one fewer use for this poor Bazooka Scrat.
So I think it's an interesting building, but it can be too strong at times.
Counterpoint to us saying that it's strong and all that, I do like its presence, knowing that there's something to deal with in phrase, Empower Soul Stealers, Liliels.
That's why sometimes they leave some things in the game that are kind of strong, because they keep everything else in check. Right, so we've got a bit of a wait going on here. Let's see what's going on.
Oh, I see there's a new PTR that'll begin on January 23rd with a lot of new cards being tested. We'll have to see those designs in game.
Is that a public or a private one?
Seems to be private, so I will not say any more about that.
Nice save. Right, sorry for the little bit of downtime here. Not sure what's going on with the players. We've got some of the other matches have been completed. Looks like sets a game to 0 up against Koi.
Looking at the PTR changes here. Oh, sorry. Not sure. Oh, are we? Ah, there we go.
We are. Right, game number 2. It was a little wait, but hopefully it'll be worth waiting for.
Give me those viewers, masters. Get dueling.
Valorian and Milloween. Silco taunting with the Empyrean flag here. Frost will do very straightforward first card. Something you'll notice these very good players do is that they won't really allow the... Oh, Avea, here's Avea. They will contest the bridges as soon as they can. They won't wait too much and they won't go too fast either. Rock Rivals, probably at 10 mana, going for Avea. An interesting impetus, but Rock Rivals did get the hits in on Avea before the shield. She did get a second activation though.
Right,
Frostbearer.
Yeah, we see the Frost Freeze from one team, but the Frostbearer from the other. And there you see the Golem just frozen in place.
Oh,
you're going to get another hit off.
Interesting. I didn't think that frozen rock rivals kept its taunt, so that allowed the statue to continue attacking it.
Yeah, so the freeze and a stun is not quite the same as you saw there with certain interactions.
That was a very fast second rock rivals. We see that Silco is entirely cycle based with rock rivals. This might be too fast of a cycle for Darkrow to build up his Avea. Using Impetus to clear the puffs.
Bit of an XP lead for Darkrow. How do you feel about the change to Valorium with the perk 2 and perk 1 being switched? So you get the Searing Light earlier, but it's not as strong.
Might be much more interesting. Because the heal itself only really helped for equal trades or for very slow beefy units, which isn't that interesting at higher play.
It looks like we had a City
for
Watch
either
there.
player.
That kind of looked like a City Watch that all the Legionnaires were next to each other in the deck. They all just came out at once.
Yeah, and they are kind of whittling away the golem to cap its health. Interesting to see Mana Puff Madness. That's a rare one.
I've seen that a bit on the ladder recently, and that's one of those that can really get out of control if you don't
Avea,
deal with it quickly.
yeah, that's why Darkrow's been using Impetus to clear the puffs. Yeah, there it is. I was waiting for that. Avea got her 4th activation, so now Darkrow gets his Legionnaire army. Darkrow, once again, he's sticking to his strategy. He's not using mana to contest the bridges at the moment. He knows the Golem is the problem, and he knows Golem punches all of the Legionnaires.
Yeah, the shield on those Legionnaires can definitely help though.
He's waiting on his Avea. Wait,
Oh!
wait, the Golem on face! Did he forget about the Golem?
I know, I think he was expecting it to get frozen or something.
Whoa, he
Wow.
that was so strange.
It was like he was just expecting it to die somehow, but there wasn't really anything there. It wasn't going to die. The best that he could have hoped for was a freeze from the Curse Bearer, but there was nothing there to kill it. That's seemed a strange
Perhaps
play.
a bit lapse of judgment here with how much damage he had on the field.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that Golem really hits hard when it gets to face. And that was kind of frustrating because Darkrow had just got to that point where his Avea was activated. He could start to try to maybe get some value out of that. But ultimately, no.
Yeah,
Getting
that would have
shut
been an
down.
interesting late game to see. I would have liked to see the Rock Rivals cycle versus the Legionnaires army.
Yeah. The Rock Rival, of course, is going to the Golem's going to do good against those, but it's got a lot to hit, and they're going to get the shield as
Right.
well. But it's a point where Darkrow was playing a deck that gets stronger, and he got to the point where it had got stronger, but got no value out of it. So maybe a misplay there, just a little. I don't know. It was just kind of weird. Kind of weird.
So now it's 1-1.
Yeah, one game all. Right, hopefully we won't have to wait too long for this next game. Darkrow needs to recover and put that out of his mind. We did see the Frostbearer in there, but it didn't really get too much value. Let's see if the players are going to change things up. Silco's in the menu. Darkrow is deck building. Maybe making some last minute changes there.
Yep, they have to assess each other's approaches, see what works.
It's difficult to really learn anything from that last match because I don't think it really went the distance as it should have done to know really which was the better strat. But I think one thing we've seen already is we're seeing quite a few people playing Avea. So Avea is definitely still a force to be reckoned with in there.
Yeah, as she has been for a very long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like she's strong, but I don't. People play her a lot on ladder. Might be one that's going a little bit under the radar compared to other things that people are playing. Still a very strong strat. I always feel, and I've said this before, it's playing something like Avea, kind of a later game strat. You should feel weak at the start and then get stronger as the game goes on, but it never really feels like that when you're playing her. It feels like you're just okay and then you're just winning.
Yeah, plus I think everyone pretty much uses the same tried and true cards of you got the tantrum throwers and the nether bats, blood imps, very easy to activate her.
Do you think what it's like playing a demon warrior where you feel really weak and then really strong, and there's like a huge difference between those and a long distance between that? Whereas Avea kind of does that, but although her power spikes not necessarily quite as strong, it's so easy to get there and you don't feel so weak working up to it.
Yeah, good comparison with the Demon Warrior. Because Avea, she's got a lot going on for her as a singular card without the Legionnaires. She's got decent health, decent damage, and a very strong shield that benefits the exact playstyle that you want to play with her, which is cycling with cheaper cards. So she doesn't have a real downside, even when unactivated. Perhaps a bit of a high cost, but it doesn't really put you far behind.
Yeah, with balancing her, I don't know if you should make her weaker or her activated state weaker, or if you should make it more difficult to get to her activated state, just requiring like some more activations or something.
Yeah, that's 3 different approaches they can explore.
But right now, you know, you can get her activated after, well, I think we saw like 2 minutes or so, and then you're good to go. Just a couple of kind of weaker than average cycles, if that, and then you're good.
Yeah, exactly. You get her up and ready quite fast. She also is pretty difficult to play against. Not many reasons to carry stuns anymore, and you need to time the stun exactly right so that you both stop her shield from activating, and then you need to kill her fast enough before she gets a new activation. Also, I'm not sure if it's still the case, but I think she does get quest progress when she gives shields to units that already have a shield.
Yep. She didn't used to, and she went through a lot of changes because she was kind of terrible to start with, and then we're at that point now where she's very, very strong. Right, here we go. This is the final game in this best of 3. 1 game all. We saw maybe Darkrai make a little mistake at the end of the second game. Silco's back in it. Volko against Ravager. Volko, not a master we see too often in these 1v1 events. Let's see what we can get.
Indeed, pretty rare to see him. He used to be played a lot in 2v2s, then got a few nerfs, and people really haven't been using in solos. Interesting Dormant Defenders.
Yeah,
Dormant Defenders have been receiving a lot of changes for some reason, even though there's not much point to them receiving any of that.
Here we go. The Idol, the Prowler, Rabid Prowler. Assassin doing a great job. Doesn't trade well one-on-one, but it wasn't able to, didn't need to take a hit. But here we go. Let's have a look how much damage he takes here. It's 2 hits. Okay, that's
interesting Taluk to activate stuff.
Yeah,
ooh, the Poison Darter here will be very useful. Hypnotize being a cheap source of Slither Bind. Didn't get much out of his Brutus here.
Yeah, the Brutus sometimes just melts like that. Now he needs to try to deal with this.
He is keeping the bridges on his favor.
Musketeer's going to do a good job here.
for butt, and Sun Answer for top, perhaps?
The range there is really frustrating. The Master can't deal with it. He needs to commit something to it. He knows that the DPS is going to be from those Nats. He needs to shut it down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I don't think the 2 Stun Answers would have been able to kill it without the help. Once again, Darkrai being patient. Taluk here will deal some damage. Oh, very nice Hypno. Taluk being helped by his friend, the Poison Lancer.
Yep. Poison is definitely not to be underlooked. That can put out a lot of damage.
Straight at 10 mana, he goes for the strong combo here. before Silco has any time to recover from his infiltration.
Yeah, and that time he played them together instead of split laning it. Assassin's a good job to shut it down, but just look how much damage comes out from this statue. Oh, didn't quite get that last hit off, and that could be very important.
Assassin did not get poisoned. He'll have to deal with that. Daggerfall no longer has Slitherbind, so it doesn't feel great having to use it. There it is, so that Ravager can kill easily.
Looks like the player's going back and forth doing a bit of face damage, but Silco taking the most of it. And of course, he's going to have to try to, if the game goes that long, he's going to have to try to deal with that Terror Brutus. But this Prowler's going to be on face, doing some serious damage.
There's the Rage.
Yeah, just Rage, not a Berserker Rage, that one. But still pretty terrifying.
We can now see the Sacrifice coming, split push this time. Silco will use an Assassin for this, most likely, once again.
Yeah. But how's he going to kill this quickly enough? This statue needs to hit like a few times, like 4 times to kill him. The Hypnotize just keeps the defense occupied. There's no way he survives this. He's trying, he just can't get it off the face. One more hit!
This statue,
oh my goodness.
Otherwise, yeah, that Assassin had to be on the statue along with on the Prowler there.
It's so difficult to deal with that though, because you put your DPS on the statue, and then the Prowler just picks it all off. It's very difficult to manage both of those at the same time.
Yeah,
we saw the power of the idol there, and although Silco almost survived that last push, I don't think he would have survived what was probably going to be the perk 3 push with the Terror Brutus next. That's just another big body to kind of get in the way to make the aggro really difficult. And Dark Crow taking that by 2 games to 1, and then we saw just quite how powerful that's the Slither, the Idol of Sacrifice strat is. Right.
Yeah, these games were taken both by Slither moving away from mostly controlling, really building its identity into combos, into like statue or getting one big sacrifice.
Slivers felt like one of those factions that always felt very synergistic, whereas other factions you kind of just put the same faction in. It just feels nice sometimes playing the same faction, but the Slither things really feel like they work well together with the Slither bind and the sacrifices and all that kind of stuff. And of course Slither generally as a faction has a lot of very powerful sort of control-y cards as well. So I think Slither is a very strong faction and very
it has been
faction.
Mostly in one in solos for pretty much years. We've always seen that. That's what I've played most of the time. Slither itself, each individual cards, as you said, but gaining from Slitherbind. The devs have been reducing the amount of Slitherbind from cards over time, and that's been taking their power down quite a bit. That's why I said that it's no longer really about getting a lot of Slitherbind. It's pretty much becoming only about getting one strong combo in over and over, pretty much. Because it used to be that you would play the Slither cards to fight on bridges and get extra bodies in Slitherbind, but we didn't see this at all from today's games. The Slithers were only there to supplement the sacrifices.
Yeah. I think what you find a lot in those is their decks rely so heavily on that sacrifice that you can't. It's difficult to take a risk trying to take bridges, trying to get some extra value out of the Slithers before you sacrifice them, because you lose 1 or 2 of them and then your idol's just going to stand there and do nothing. And so people kind of err on the side of caution, just get that sacrifice done immediately, get their strat, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Most of what you can get before... Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say, so it looks like all of round 2 has been completed. And round 3 is getting set up. So these are the provisional games. So it looks like Set is going to face Dark Crow. So that's going to be a big game.
Yeah, we'll get to see what kind of deck Set is currently playing.
Nataraja against Koi. So it looks like We have a quick look at the overview. Where is it? Standings, actually. See how people are doing. So, have a look. Yeah, so we have quite a lot of people with a 2-0 record so far. Maybe a little bit early to really pick out anything from the standings yet. So, like proposed Ficus against Gorilla as the next match. Try to see as many different players as possible as we can. Let's see. Got these guys ready to go. Ficus, somebody that I'm familiar with. Gorilla, not necessarily so. Let's see if we've got them as friends.
I don't seem to have either of them on Steam. Oh, I do have Gorilla. I have Gorilla, if you have Ficus.
So, just thinking just quickly back to that last game, do you think Silco struggled to defend because of the kind of deck he was playing? He didn't really have any. There was no frost to stun it. There was no frost to freeze it. There was no stuns. There was nothing like. There was no sort of crowd control at all, really. He had the cage prowler as well, which is really awkward to use in that situation. So, do you think that's a bit of Dark Crow playing a very strong strat and Silco not having the required answers at all for it?
Yeah, Silco had a very interesting deck with lots of cards that I haven't seen merge together. I think his crowd control was basically having dormant defenders, and that was it. Yeah. Just having 2 huge health sponges for his other units to deal with. I think the big turning point in that match was when Silco was idly using infiltration, and at the exact same time, Dark Crow got both of his combo out at the best moment for him. But yeah, having a bit of a stun somewhere might have helped. But he didn't seem to struggle that bad thanks to his assassin, while Dark Crow didn't have anything to snipe the assassin.
One thing I will say is he did a great job killing the prowler with the assassin, because he always had to make sure that something else was tanking for the assassin, and he did that, and he was able to, because that's when it just gets out of control when you've got the statue and the prowler. You can't handle either of them. But
if you fail to defend the prowler, then whatever you've placed against that, maybe 3 or 4 mana, then that has been pretty much pointless, and then you need to spend even more once again for the prowler.
Yeah, it's one of those decks where he's kind of doing damage every time he pushes, so eventually it's just too much.
Especially considering the Rabid Prowler one-shots an assassin even without a leap, and the assassin takes
so that's why
I think 4 seconds to kill it.
That's why I think he did a great job using the assassin to kill it without it not working out. Right, let's have a look what we've got. So this is going to be round number 3. It's going to be Ficus against Gorilla. Like we've got those. I'm going to main Gorilla because I think I have them. Ficus on the other.
I don't have Ficus.
See. Okay. Right. Do you think removing the haste from the statue will bring it back into, the idol will bring it back into a more balanced state, giving you that extra time to deal with it?
Yeah, I think it'll be decent. But the statue isn't that much there to deal face damage. That's a added interesting bonus that you gain, but the statue is mostly there as a health sponge for your units behind it. But it will definitely make the statue, of course, have 25% less DPS than it has now. And the move speed keeps it in front, which is nice.
Yeah, the season where the statues were all too fast was just so hard to deal with the statues. They were just the hasted statue with the 4 instead of 3 speed was just ridiculous.
I think that I tried the Idol of Sacrifice before it had a haste, mostly for fun, because I kind of realized that it was a busted combo when they made it 4 mana. I used to play it with an Empowered Soul Stealer, but that was around the time where everyone figured out that Rabid Prowler was... That was a bit after Rabid Prowler had been discovered to be extremely powerful. And
yeah, I mean,
even with an Empowered Soul Stealer and without haste, it was pretty damn strong. And now we are still beyond that.
The thing with the Idol is that it wasn't really very good when it came out, and then it got some buffs, and it was okay. But then I feel like it got one buff too many.
Along with people figuring it out, yeah.
Just looking at
its reduction from 5 to 4 mana really enables you to get combos in much more easily, because you have 11 mana maximum to work with.
Yeah.
So, and the sacrifices are kind of expensive. So right now, you can pay 4 mana, then wait for 11 mana to easily get. You can wait to 11 mana and then you pay 4 mana. You're back down to 7 mana. That's enough to get almost a sacrifice out. So you can use an entire mana pool to get this out.
So it was added in 1.39, then they reduced it to 4 mana in 1.4, and then they gave it haste in 1.41. I feel like it was the haste that it didn't need. I think that was kind of what tipped it over the edge. That's going to be removed, I think.
Yeah, I'm kind of over these big combos. I wish the game wasn't about them. Wish the game was more about intricate plays over time rather than, oh, these 2 cards work well and let's do everything with them.
I saw such a good play the other day that I'd never seen someone do before. I think it was Set, and he was playing Apep. He put his shield totem down near the bridge, and there was some enemy units on his master side of the shield totem. Then he played his zealots on the bridge side of the shield totem, and because they had to walk around the totem, it pushed them onto the bridge. I've never seen...
Oh, even better than that. You don't need them to walk, I don't think so. The totem itself is heavy enough that pretty much any unit will get shoved on the bridge.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that, so I really enjoyed the scene.
Yeah, it's a great strategy. I think it's heavy like a wall, I think 2000 or so. But it's a great strategy to have in your arsenal. You can shove your own units instantly on the bridge.
Yep. Okay, so we've got some ban information. Ficus has banned Milloween, fairly expected. City Watch, fairly expected. Jinlong, not surprised about. And Gorilla has banned Apep, fairly expected. Wall, not so much expected. And Veilstalker. So, the bans from Gorilla seem okay, but they feel like a bit of a newer tournament player ban. Unless they know something we don't.
Yeah, Veilstalker, not too sure about this because she is very exploitable when the enemy plays her. Alright, just need Ficus to... Yeah, there we go. I'm ready.
As we always say, when you're looking at bans, ideally you want to be banning things that ban kind of an entire strat, or banning cards that are very difficult to replace. So like City Watch, what would you replace that with? Nothing really does what City Watch does. Jinlong, that kind of gets rid of the whole cheap spell cycle, Jinlong, juggling, stunning strat. So that's kind of, I think, maybe some differences in those bans. But let's see how they pan out. So this is going to be Gorilla against Ficus. We're ready to go when they are. Thanks for joining us today. Team Honor Frenzies, Knight's Duel number 20, and we're loading into our round 3 match. We're in the Swiss format, Gorilla against Ficus.
Let the match begin.
Diona versus Diona.
No one will stand in my way.
Ficus with a straightforward Diona deck so far. Regular cards.
Gorilla's playing an idle deck.
None of them wants to make the first play. Interesting first play here. Bat's not really doing much. Gets the kill on them, keeps his stint alive, very good. So both teams have used 5 mana each at the moment. Not teams, but individuals.
So Ficus has got the Herald Our Moon. That could be good to deal with the idol, but not if he necessarily plays it and then gets played around.
I don't yet see his sacrifices for it.
Okay, so there's the idol. It's gonna slither bound into the sacrifice, but that's gonna get absolutely slashed to death. How much damage it puts out on that statue at the bottom though before it dies. Right,
yeah.
Bear Trap getting locked down. The idol at the top there, but the idol's still gonna get through to face.
1 or 2 hits, 1 hit in.
It looks like that trap's going to be... Oh, it looked like it was going to be too far away, but perfectly placed, actually. There's the res. No, it needs to be careful there. That's going to get absolutely slashed down. Bear Trap disappears just before the assassin, but the Musketeer's going to pick it up, I think.
Oof,
Okay,
the trap almost killing it.
Musketeer just survives.
Stint will be enough. Gorilla trying for another idol combo. Ficus doesn't have his Scrat Horde at the moment to stop that.
Played that idol potentially a little bit early. Oh, he's got to be careful here. He's going to lose the slithers, so he won't have the sacrifice. And this is what I mean about you can't mess around with those slithers. You lose them, that idol's going to sit there and do nothing. There's no sacrifice available.
Yep, that combo just failed, and Gorilla doesn't really have much at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to lose so much tempo from that.
Finally gets the sacrifice in. Oh, the Berserker Brawler is still eating away the statue. Didn't finish it off. Lucky Poison Darter, that's a change that I would like to see. No randomness on which Slitherbind you get.
Again, those...
the Marine's too early.
Yeah, it's so hard to deal with this. It's very frustrating. He does have the res as well coming.
Trying to get some poison damage in. The poison does stay through the sacrifice, which is a plus for Gorilla.
Having to use the
Chain
chain
Lightning,
lightning,
which we did see get reworked on this patch down to 4 mana. Ficus in control.
I think that's a good change for solo players.
Hated about Stormy though.
Yeah, Stormy feels bad, man. Right. Oof,
He killed the Slithers.
Yeah, this is looking really bad. Another idol's gonna come and go. The idol standing idle.
Nice one.
And here always.
Ficus leaked 1 mana here. But there's not really enough pressure on Ficus here to worry. Ficus now has Pittsburgh 3 double traps.
The problem Gorilla has here is his deck's very setup based. He wants everything in the right order, and it's not in the right order. He's just used his slithers, so he doesn't have any slithers to sacrifice for the upcoming whatever. But I mean, it looks like he's probably dead. Doesn't get the res on the Armoon there.
Yeah, he had the Slither Chingang in hand too.
Big XP lead for Ficus.
Yeah, Ficus isn't being pressured. I don't know.
He's got 2 slithers
okay
attached to the idol.
Moment.
Got 2 slithers attached to the idol, does Gorilla. So this, he doesn't need to do this.
This is a lot of Slithers out at once.
Yeah, but
Berserker Prowler into the Amun, unfortunate.
I'll shut down the statue though. But it's the Armoon he doesn't have the counter for.
Slowing him down properly with the bats, but the Whirly's gonna do it.
Yeah. Okay. Ficus takes that, and so really, obviously that's where the idol and the rabid prowler struggle with air units. We saw that the Herald Armoon really shutting that down. And we also saw about how careful you have to be with the way you play the cards, the way that you care for your slithers. You can't waste them because it completely messes up your cycle. And then you, as we saw a couple of times there, that Idol of Sacrifice standing there doing almost nothing.
Yeah, it's a very fragile thing. You need to not mess that up.
But, you know, as we see, everything has counters. But only the counter is only relevant if you happen to have it. You know, not that many people are going to be playing Armoon.
Yeah, Amon's been very popular. Not that very popular, but he's been a long-lasting presence in a Slither combo. He's been the Slither combo before Idol was a thing.
Yeah.
Really, one big use of the sacrifices here. Slithers were mostly defined by either you go control and don't really have a sacrifice, or you go with one big combo in Amun. Eventually, we figured out that the Rabbit Brawler was a thing.
Yeah, when they changed the Berserker Rage, which was kind of... The change to no self-damage was supposed to buff Volko, but it really buffed things like the Rabbit Prowler.
And the Zealots, I think, back then.
Yeah.
Funny thing is that it took us months to figure that out, that Rabbit Brawler was good even after that, because nobody used it for a while in its OP state. Alright, Gorilla starting with 7 mana to get bridges, Ficus staying back.
There's Mordor Morelia.
We see what you mentioned earlier, where they play the exact same deck but with another master.
Yeah. Which they don't have to do at this stage of it. But here we spoke about how you want the statue push in, the Armoon's kind of there or thereabouts. Makes it really difficult to aggro. That was...
I'm not getting this done in for his infray.
Yeah, this is going to be really awkward. Mordor's not going to be any good dealing with it. What anti-air does he have? He has a stun. What's he waiting for? You gotta kill the Armoon!
Seems that he's counting on his Mordor to kill it.
Okay, well,
because Ficus didn't have any of his Slither out. They all died to Morgruul there, all 5 or 6 of them at once.
Yeah, as we always say, health is a resource. And he has come out of this Gorilla with an XP lead.
Both of them are contesting the bridge that they already own, strangely.
Okay. He really wants to get his Rock Rivals out, this Gorilla, but hasn't had the opportunity yet. He will be able to do it shortly with Tombstone's support if he plays it correctly.
Crossbearer stopping the Marines on the bridge, but yeah, now he owns it.
You know, see, he wants to play this in the top lane, really.
Unfortunately, Mordor got stunned there.
Yeah, see, the frustrating thing is he's got the Crossbearer at the top. He wants that to support. He got a bad res as well. Double statues! Oh, goodness me.
Very unfortunate. A beam here would be great.
Oh, the Chain Lightning was... He didn't have the mana. He wanted to get it before the Golem died. This is going to be hard for him to deal with. One statue down, but there's another one coming. Armoon's taken a lot of damage.
Mordor clearing out all of the Slither bounds.
Yeah, there is still
Armoon
one
will
left.
not get a good res. Yeah, only one.
Only one. It's not
That's
gonna last
75
long.
health.
Yeah, Mordor's pretty ramped up. Statue needs to be dealt with.
Mordor really working well here.
Okay.
Was it a snap freeze or frost aura there?
The snap freeze. Right. The Rock Rivals has been used, so he's in a better state now.
Wow, the Whirly, very lucky there, killing the skeleton horde. The Swarmers to cycle, I suppose, but that res once again will not be working for.
Okay, he needs to be careful with the Tombstone. Well, he does get a res, not incredible, especially with that Armoon about. But look at suddenly this force. And there you see the
Chain Lightning nerf didn't hit the Amun.
I was almost counting them as they went. Killed all the slithers,
That
but
is
didn't really get what he wanted. that means you just need to be a little bit more careful with your targeting of it. Yeah. Oh.
Statue getting the hit on that. Swarmer's not helping.
Yeah, he's... Again, it's the Armoon that's the real problem here. Without that, Rama's just not interested in that. Gets to the bridge.
He has to count on Mordar to kill him. That's a bit slow.
Okay, no res is helpful there. He doesn't want that spirit to drop on the statue. That's probably going to be GG if it does,
no.
and it does. Oh my goodness, okay. And he had the dragon to deal with there. That felt like he was fighting for his life pretty much that whole game. And just didn't have any good counters for the Herald Armoon, which we're seeing quite a lot today. How powerful it can be if you don't have counters for it.
I think Tass is excellent. Would be excellent against Armoon.
Okay, Ficus taking that by 2-0. Looked like basically the same deck, just a couple of different masters, which is something we spoke about earlier, how the people can do that and will do that. It's a pretty quick game there overall, and yeah, just he wasn't able to get any good reses, and even when he did, it just didn't give him any value against the Armoon, which was, you know, he did a good job dealing with the statue, but it wasn't the statue that was the real problem.
Against all of these big combos, I think it's important to carry an answer to that kind of thing. Be it a big spell, a big unit. Rock Rivals is a good start to punch things out, but he does get swarmed and CC'd.
Yeah,
it's important to think about that defensive side of things.
Yeah, I remember we used to, like, Dragon used to always run a Beam of Doom, even if he was going to have it in a really cheap deck, just as like a get out of jail free card. Even if it was a card that he may just not use ever in the game, it was there if he needed to deal with things like that.
You've got other options in Magma Storm might be considerable. Tass is a decent and reliable.
Yeah. Just something to deal with it, really. Right, let's have a look where we are with the bracket. Yeah, Tips mentioned in there, blind date in Mordor. I mean, you can if you're careful with it, but of course the problem with blind date is you don't know what you're going to get, and it could give you something that's going to give you a very bad res. So you have to be careful with that. Very risky strat. Right, so let's have a look. Nataraja against Koi looks like it's 1 all over there. Chainig losing to Cyberlokii, 2-0. Set against Dark Crow is still going, but we're not sure what the score is there. There's a few games left in this round, and then once that's done, we have to see where we're going to go. So there's going to be 5 Swiss rounds. This is the 3rd of those, and then once those 5 are completed, we'll have our top 8. See if there's a clear top 8, because there's always a bit of discussion about how the system calculates the top 8, especially if it's very, very close, because it doesn't take just into account your wins, it takes into account how you won, who you won against, and lots of different things. So we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But just trust the process.
Basically. The algorithm.
Yes. Computer is correct. I'm just going to jump into the set game and see if there's much left of it. Not sure of the score. The players are encouraged to keep the scores up to date as they go through. Some of them are fucking terrible at doing it. Right, looks like Set's in the menu.
Who will we spectate next?
Not sure yet.
Oh, we don't know yet.
Oh, it's 1-1 in the set match. Okay, so we should probably go and watch the second part of that. Right, yep, so it's set. Set against Dark Crow. It's 1 game all, so let's join that if we can.
I'll hop on Dark Crow's side.
Okay. So we've seen Dark Crow already today beating Silco. We haven't seen Set yet. Let's see how that goes. Yeah, 1v1 and 2v2 are a very different kettle of fish. They offer very different challenges, also very different fun. Oh yeah, as Chainik says, you don't want to res the random blind date, whatever you get out of it. You want to res the blind date itself. Yeah, that's a good. But that can easily count against you. You do it just a little bit too late, and then you get the skeleton horde out of it, and you get a little skelly res.
Yeah, by resing the walking box itself, then you're sure to get the 4 mana minion twice.
Yep.
Because there are a lot of multi-minion 4 mana cards that come out of it.
I think the thing that people struggle with most with Mordor is just the timing, just kind of getting the experience, the timing of the tombstone, having it available when you need it available. As it always is, it's a very coin flippy between whether you get that res or whether you don't. It can be really punishing if you just a little bit late to it.
It's hard in wands because you don't have the cushion, the safety cushion of having a teammate there. And you absolutely need to keep up with every single one of your tombstones. You have to get good reses, or else you're falling behind your opponent who's playing another master.
Yeah, and there's a lot of decks and a lot of strats that Mordor will struggle against. If you're like a heavy aggro decks, it's really difficult to keep in the game. You know you're going to be strong in the late game, but can you get there? That's kind of the challenge with it.
Especially challenging in these past months. It was surprising how well Mordor cleared Amun and his cohorts.
Yeah, killing all those slithers. Really helping him. Right, what's going on? Dark Crow is in deck building. Set is in the menu. We're not quite sure what happened in the previous games. We'll find out what happens in this game. So this is another round of 3 match. This one's still going. Some of the other ones are finished, so rather than sitting here waiting, we're going to jump in. See Set against Dark Crow in their final game. This could very well be the players we see in the final, but potentially not. They've got to get there.
Welcome back to another exciting
Their first step is trying to best their opponent in this best of 3. 1 game all.
Diona. Dark Crow flaunting his Diona, Set flaunting his Diona skin here.
Yeah, he's got his Dynasty Diona. Not going to see many of those about. Tournament winners only. Right, so we've got Set playing Avea, and we've got Dark Crow. Ooh, Lightning Bolt there on the Frostbearer.
Interesting.
When it keeps
Dark Crow
keeps his presence on the off of the field, really keeps the bridges for Set for a little bit.
Dark
it's not
Crow
gonna support the
didn't. Yeah, exactly, and didn't step on the Darkrow doesn't have the cards he really wants right now. He cannot contest the bridges and he's forced to stand back. Fortunately, Set didn't recap bottom bridge there. Unfortunately for Darkrow, his Jinglong ate the mushroom that was meant for his. The Snap Freeze here a bit just early. It could have consumed the shield, but the turtle's here to help.
Beam.
Oh,
Black
wow.
hole. Interesting. Don't see that too often.
Oh, the Frostberry here to help once again. The Golem is going crazy.
Here comes the
Still not
Jinglong as
dead.
well.
Very good job defending his Golem and giving him a growth, second life.
Yep. Giant growth, extra 30% HP and attack. So he's come through the rock rivals. Not unscathed, but still a decent push going.
As we can see, Set was being very patient there to approach this. But Darkrow saw the exact moment Set started playing and got his shock stick in, getting multiple hits of 260 damage each. With the Curse Bearer helping a bit.
Lightning Bolt! Okay, is that a mistake from Darkrow? It's not the first time he's used it. He's got to know it's there. Did he have something to play?
Yeah, he could have done something.
We've all done that. Okay, Set taking a lot of face damage, but he's ahead on XP substantially. Needs to get his Avea activated.
Using the Blood Imps here to strip away the avoidance and not taking much overkill. That's a good use there, how to do with Jolo. Darkrow playing his monkey at the exact last second, by the way. Oh, going for face damage, but catching the Defenso instead.
Darkrow taking a lot of face damage this time. Both players trading blows here. Ruffles is going to go for a heal at the top. That could be really important.
Darkrow leaked. Darkrow could stop top with Snap Freeze.
Okay, there's the heal. Takes the bridge as well.
Set will get his activation soon. Darkrow has units on the field, so Set cannot really... Oh, those are good targets for Set.
Oh, he went for the lightning bolt. I mean, it's okay.
He got... yeah.
It's not...
He got something he wanted.
Yeah.
Didn't get the Golem though, which is very scary. But I think Set has it activated now, doesn't he?
I think so, yeah. This Defenso's not going to last for very long. Does have some traps to help here.
Ooh. The Ruffles here did take a hit. I think that's preferable.
Yeah, sometimes that's the best use of the Ruffles. Just tank a big hit. Right, perk 3 for Set. Does have the extra trap.
A heal coming in.
Nope.
No heal. What killed Ruffles? I didn't even see.
I think it was the Jing.
Avea still not activated. Oh, that's very unfortunate for Set. At this point of the game, you really want to have your activation ready.
Yeah.
Good beam here. He probably is aiming to Lightning Bolt the Golem.
Yeah. That was really just a roll of the dice. I feel like that was like a Hail Mary, really.
He will have Jolo at least.
So hard. Face damage. Trap doing a good job. Both players have taken a lot of damage, but Set seems to be taking damage at every push, having to use all of his traps just to stay alive here. Darkrow does have some face attack potential as well. Ruffles going for a heal though. That could be massive.
Another heal, that's good.
He's got to block.
You see the way Set handled that. Set waited for the monkey to hit face so that the monkey wouldn't help the Golem. That was very good.
Oh, the Blood Imps. Okay, the Blood Imps getting punished.
Ouch.
Not as punished as they could have done by the Boomer. Oh, he gets the lightning bolt that he needed. That could be massive.
That's only 2 beam on face for Set to win the game here.
Okay, he's got a hold here though. He's ahead on XP, he's ahead on HP now. He will have some traps to go for face as well. He might be waiting for the double trap, but Darkrow's going to know that. But he has used his Golem, so that could be... Okay, he's had to use his defensive missiles there. 107 HP. Here comes the beam. Set's held on.
Very. Those Blood Imps there decided the game.
Set takes it. Did he get lucky with the lightning bolt in there? You rolled the dice a few times. There were a lot of good targets most of the times he used it. But definitely when you get the Golem towards the end, that was a massive swing in his favor. And we saw at least 2 Ruffles heals. Had those not gone through, he would have been really back against the wall.
Yeah, I feel that towards the early game, towards the early minutes of a game, you need to figure out how you will actually pierce through and win. You need to figure out your enemy's cards like lightning bolt there, and you see that Seth realized that Dark Crow had black hole, so Seth never used beam on like that again.
Yeah.
Perhaps if Dark Crow had been, I'm not sure if he had aimed for face more with his missiles. Maybe if he had been more defensively, not expose himself with blood imps, it could have been different here. The defensive chopper did a great job at stopping a few things. Diona, once again, very strong 1v1 master, but so is Meloine, so...
Yep. That second lightning bolt that hit the golem that was all on its own, the blue golem, that felt like a misplay from Dark Crow, just asking for that to get nuked. But the rest of the times, I don't think he could have done much more to play around the lightning bolt. He was just kind of setting it up, and Set was just rolling the dice. But yeah, a lot of the times there was the battle monkey, the blue golem, the arcane golem, like kind of whatever he hit, it was going to be definitely okay.
I think a card that didn't get all the value he was looking forward to was Jinglong.
Yeah.
He didn't, like Seth knows not to put anything under that. It's mostly a defensive card once again, as was Frostbearer. The first approach against the first statue was excellent for Dark Crow. Everything lined up for him perfectly there.
Okay, so that's probably the completion of the third round. Let's see if there's any other games going. I think that's good. Okay, so we're going to get into the fourth round of the Swiss event. We saw a couple of round 3 matches there, or at least some of them, so that was good to see. Now we're going to see who we're going to see in round 4. Oh. Maybe saying Pepe against Silence. People exist? Yes, they do. Not familiar with either of these players. Let's have a look at the standings. Okay, so Pepe is got a 2-1 record. Silent also got a 2-1 record. Okay. Which is kind of what you expect. The whole point of the Swiss is you play against people with a similar record.
From from brackets to brackets, or from tournament to tournament?
Just from there, from how they've done today.
Yeah, okay.
Right, let's see if we got these players on our friends list.
I only have Silent.
Oh, let's see if we got some friend requests. Right, not seeing anyone at the moment. Right, so we're just going to get these players added. I don't think we have them at the moment, so let's... But yeah, that was a super close game at the end there. Ruffle's getting some really important heals. Just keeping him in it. I don't know. I think it was only 2 heals. So, just giving him a bit of leeway. being quite so lethal.
Having a cheap spell to like clip Ruffles with shutting Diona down through Ruffles is a strong approach.
Yeah, I think you called it at one time. He had the snap freeze. He could have killed the Ruffles and the Lone Scout at the top, held the bridge. I don't think that was a Ruffles heal, but I think the Ruffles
Not
something.
the Lone Scout, but yeah. I think it was heal. I'm not sure anymore. But like overpaying a little bit just to shut things down, maybe even slow down the bridge grab is good against Diona.
Sometimes Ruffles can be so helpful. You get a Ruffles bridge grab, as we saw in there. Ruffles tanking some hits as well. What a good boy.
Yeah, or he got a +2 mana during an important defense there, which really helps.
Right, we're just trying to get these players available for spectating. So you have Silent, did you say?
Yes.
Friends list is full! Ah!
Oh man. Have you bought the seasonal Steam badges?
I don't know.
Easy way to increase your Steam level.
Got 385 friend slots. Let's call some people. Right, sorry for this downtime, but we'll get into it as soon as we can. I don't like deleting anyone.
Don't delete me.
Goodbye.
No.
Right. Hopefully these guys will accept their requests and we can go. They are asked to add us, of course, but, you know, who follows rules? Right. Hopefully we can get that ready. Okay, so we've got some bans coming in. Pepinoelgrande has banned Ratbow, Wall, and Bannerman.
Interesting.
And Silence banned Setsu, Gorak Brutes, and Jinlong. Wow, a Ratbow ban. I can't tell you the last time we had a Ratbow ban.
He does not want to deal with Scrats.
Had a bad Scrad experience one time. Right, let's have a look. Come on.
From what I see, the decks seems like they've faced a Bannerman Sniper Ratbow deck, and they don't want to face that again. And the other, I think, has seen Setsu Jinglong at the offense Civ decks and doesn't want to face that again.
Right, I've got Silence here. And then so we've got one player. Okay. This guy's probably going to have a different name on theme or something. Show Me the Money says, question for Pom. If you could change Ruffles to a chinchilla, would you play more or less Diona?
I think Ruffles is fine as a little doggy. I love him, and I wish he had been the plush and not the mana puff.
Maybe next time. Okay, right. We have them. Right. So, I'm going to main spectate Silence for convenience sake.
Alright, I got Pepino.
Right, almost ready here. Sorry for that little downtime. And let's just correct. makes it. It's a 0-0. So we're still best of 3 at the moment. 4th round of the Swiss. Okay. Ready? So it feels like based on those bans, potentially some newer players, or at least some newer tournament players. Or people with a different strat to what we're thinking of. It's probably a relief if you see your tournament, your opponent's bans, and they're just nothing like what you were thinking of playing.
Also, I think with the bans, you should try to cover 3 different venues instead of tripling down. I'm not sure if that's the approach people use, but...
Yeah, sometimes we see people like they ban Milloween and Dragon's Nest. I think it feels like you're kind of doubling up those bans a little bit.
Hmm.
Okay, so we're ready to go when they are. Let's just double check. So we've got Pino here, Silent here. You just joined us. Welcome to today's event. This is Team Honor Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knight's Duel number 20. There's a $400 prize pool on the line, $200 for the winner. The winner will also get their choice of a Dynasty skin, Milloween, Morelia, or Diona, assuming they don't have them all already. Right, here we go. Game number 1. Best of 3 still.
Instant bridge grabs from Silent. Bridge Buddies is one of the most fragile but most instant.
Right, Setsu, Diona. Blood Imps again, seeing quite a lot of that. We've got Jing. Show me
Fortunately, the Boomer won't blow them up.
Yeah, a Boomer onto Blood Imps can be disgusting. Right, what are we going to see? There's going to be an idol. It's going to get sacrificed. There's a Prowler.
There we go, and now with the puffs.
It's Rabid. What does he have to deal with it? He does have the Jing stuns.
Defenso will take 3 hits from it at least. Oh, very strong skeleton horde there. Impetus helps a bit, but the Prowler already one-shots them. The statue is on face. Gets a stun on the statue just before it hits, which was great for Silent.
Yep. Needs to be careful, but he's taken a lot of face damage, but he's getting a lot of XP. He knows what's coming next. Okay, so
more idols.
Boomer's going to come back. At least it's going to die, but it's going to take out the Setsu. One thing Silence can get
very dangerous.
Yeah, he knows that the Boomer was just used, so let's assume that he's cycling around that. Impetus doesn't kill any of the Slithers, unfortunately. So he's dealing with the Prowler fine, but it's the statue that's causing him the most problems at the moment. He doesn't have like a very strong DPS to get through it. Traps on face as well. This is a big push. Jing is available.
He's got a heal buff.
Jing is not activated. Oh, this is a lot of damage.
Yeah, really not what you want to see against Idol. He has doubled the XP though. Silent needs to be very careful and just stay back and defend.
He does have a heal puff. Both players do have a heal puff.
Let's see if Silent keeps this heal puff alive while keeping the statue in check. The defensive there, very low DPS. It's only about 18 DPS, not a threat.
No, but...
Heal puff. Very nice there. Defensive against the statue will not be doing very much DPS, but it
does have
very heavy.
To push it off the face if he needs to. I think he needs to. There he goes. But the Prowler's still alive. Defenso's going to do a good job here, but the statue's just going to walk past it. And there we see again the power of the Idol of Sacrifice. did have the Jinglong, he did have a lot of spells, but he wasn't really able to get the setup where he could get a lot of stuns and really keep that statue locked down as he wanted to.
Yeah, it would have been very helpful for both the statue and the rabbit, which were always played together. I think the biggest turning point in that match was the defense. So at the end, that's 5 mana that you're not really getting to DPS down the things you want to kill.
Yeah, he didn't have much DPS for the statue. It's kind of a bit of a problem. Stunning, it's great, but you do need some DPS to support that. Okay, so the name's wrong on my screen. So that's 1-0 to Pepino, correct?
Yes.
You sounded as confident as I was with that. Yes. Okay, so again, we're seeing the power of the idol, just how difficult it is to deal with. Even if you have the tools, you've got to use them appropriately. Defenso was good against the Prowler, but just that statue just walks on by. Right, here we go. We're going into game number 2. What are we going to see the players playing in this one? We're about to find out. It's Milloween and Milloween.
Play cards.
Pepino playing Jahun, Red Golem, and Monkeys and Spells. Silent going for the bridge grabs. Sometimes I like to see that. People shouldn't always baseline wait to 10 mana for their first play. If you know you have a decent first play, then go ahead and do it. Get the game started.
Yeah.
I like seeing that from Silent.
But a cheap bridge grab, at least you're forcing your opponents to do something if they can.
And then
Okay,
if
so
you
we've got-
have other cards to fight those, that's great.
We've got Jungle Jumble from Pepino. So he's going to be wanting to use that and then hopefully get the random cards he wishes
Kernat
for.
here. The Kernat didn't... Oh, never mind.
Right, there's a Stormy. Got a giant growth on
Stormy's
it.
still... Yeah, but that means he still kills himself in 2 hits. Although each hit deals more damage.
Okay, here we see stuns. We're going to see
The
stuns.
Stalker here. Little Stalker in the mix.
But I think he may have... Yeah, there's a huge hill there. He was a little bit slow on juggling his Jing. Jing went down.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it is
But at
unfortunate
the same time,
because...
Pepino was down to 0 mana. I think that Jello is a bit far away. Milloween is not attacking the Jahun. The Jahun, Milloween could be attacking Jahun during all this time. That's about 30 seconds of lost DPS.
Yeah, that would have 100% been dead by now.
I'm see Rock Rivals meanwhile.
Pernaf's going to get a couple of triggers here. Boom. There's one of them. Next one coming probably. Maybe. No, decides not to. I do like the way you can see the crystals on his back and the fact you can tell them when he's within range of a target where they light up. It's a really nice touch.
Yeah, I love visual design like that. Great job by the devs on that one. Same with Zip Zapinator, his Tesla coil at the back.
Yep.
Double Monkeys. I think Silent is at 10 mana there, just waiting for their approach.
Yeah, so Silent's got a huge XP lead at the moment. Hasn't taken any face damage either, so he's really in a comfortable position at the moment.
Spending a bit on the Jinglong, but making sure to shut down the Shen. Little Stalker at the back. That might cost him a few extra mana in
that will get.
sweeps if you want.
Yeah, that
Like
will get
this
to.
one.
We'll get to the bridge by Tuesday. Yeah, so I don't really like the Veil Stalker in a spell-based deck. Basically,
No,
while
because
she's
you
out,
end up
all of
paying
your
the
spells
extra.
cost more.
Because remember, whenever you cast a spell, the Veil Stalker does her sweep, and whenever the Veil Stalker does her sweep, she costs you 1 mana.
Yeah.
Big heal on the bridge here.
And the chances are
Stacking raid.
she's going to be doing her sweep in a position that's not doing anything useful.
If you're not really going for the single giant push here, Silent
Yeah, that's his win condition.
slowing
from
it
the looks of
down.
it. He does have a red golem, so if... Well, actually, I think that golem he's used there is a red golem, so that was an expensive blue golem.
I see. Finally getting rid of it, but taking 1500 damage from that push. Here's the Jinglong, maybe a few more spells. Swarmer is always a great tool for a lot of things, DPSing and being cheap target.
Super difficult to call because Pepino just needs one good, big, solid push, and he's going to DPS silent it down.
Silent needs to slow down a bit and he himself get all of his units at the same time out.
I mean, he's not too far away from Mana Frenzy, is Silence. If he just holds on a little bit, he's had bridge control this whole game.
I think Pepino is counting on that golem on that Arcane golem to. Oh my god, he got his red golem triggered.
Red golem is activated. Looking at the XP, it's kind of now or never.
Very good handling the Stormy there.
Here we go, red golem with giant growth. Right, this is it. 182 XP for Silent. Yep.
Silent needs to slow this down till he gets. He doesn't get the bridge squeeze there.
He does have the giant growth as well, so he could possibly, if he gets that red golem to face, heal it on face, that could be game over. Don't know how to call this one, Palm. Oh, he's going face here. Here comes the heal.
Silent didn't get the XP needed there.
There's no way he can hold on, right? 60 HP! There we see. Wow. XP is important, but having some health is fairly useful as well. And yeah, that red golem activated with the growth burst shroom, giant growth on it, and getting a heal. That was just too much for him to deal with. Even though it didn't get to face, it was taking up his defense.
These were two very representative matches, I feel like. We've had two very different archetypes fighting each other. We had, on one side, we had the giant combos that didn't really care about control, while on the other side, we had someone very focused on control, but lacking a bit of pure strength altogether to truly deny any big push.
Yeah, those big golems and the Yahoon, we saw how long that first Yahoon lived for when it was just outside of master range. That thing can be really frustrating, especially if you don't have any like a curse or any super strong DPS, because he kind of had a lot of things that were kind of distracting the Yahoon, but the DPS wasn't really there to shred through it. And again, that's kind of the same problem with the golem as well, the red golem, especially when you get that huge red golem. It may take a while to kill all the little things, but it will get through them, and it will still be fairly healthy, and especially when you've got that the heal coming in from the rampant growth as well.
Yes,
right.
It's important in control deck to have a source of high DPS or very high sustain, yeah, like that. Ways to handle these huge pushes.
Yeah.
And you gotta make most of your master tower while defending.
You get the situation where you don't have the DPS, but you have the tools to kind of, as I said before, to distract it, but you're spending so much mana because you're having to keep it distracted for so long. It's taking you so long to kill it that it's really not working out for you very well there. Right, we could be jumping into another 4th round match here. Ficus against Chainig. I believe it is 1 game all. Look. Let's see either of these players. There's Chainig. Ficus, where are you? Okay, there you are. Yeah. Right, I think the game is underway.
It just started.
Set up quickly here. Right. We're going to jump in on this one. This is 1 game all. I'll update the score as we go. Right, what are we seeing?
Ficus is running Avia, Apep. Che with a regular, it seems, to control Stormbringer.
Okay, so we see the TAS. Something we spoke about earlier. He's going to have many nats. He's going to have the nats on the Wrecked Walker. He's going to probably have... No, he doesn't have quite the tech available there for the aimbot.
Oof.
Oh, no,
Ficus fitting in his Blood Imps at the last moment there to get the proc.
It's just the Drone Walker, so he still does have the aimbot available with all of the tech.
Another activation, wow. Very lucky for Ficus. A tip here with the Stun Lancers, you can place the Stun Lancers instantly on the bridge to contest them, so whenever you're fighting near a bridge, very good to put your Stun Lancers straight on top of the bridge.
Top
Beam
tips.
this. No,
Right,
no beam.
How do you feel about a Hypno on...
Yeah, I was looking at that.
It's just basically going to kill the Nats. And the Nats will probably take its shield off. That's about it.
Also, there's no recipient for the Slither Bind. The Blood Imps. Ficus got his 4th activation here.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. Got that pretty
Chaining
quickly.
coming in with the... Oh, so Chaining just got his marksmanship, which is why he's been going very strongly all in now. Marksmanship seems to be a very strong power spike for him, considering his full Outlander deck. And he knows that Ficus has a strong scaling ability in Avea, so he wants to shut him down early.
Yep.
With as much face damage like this as he can.
Well, we have Ficus playing a deck that's primarily melee based, and then we have Chaining with a range deck. You see how those interact.
Ficus not finding any use, unfortunately leaking a bit, sending Avea down one lane. Here's the defense though.
I feel like
Will the
that
TAS be
TAS
the Hellfire, or was it just a wall?
I feel like the TAS was too far forward. I would have preferred to see the Defenso just tanking that, and then the DPS coming out from the Nats.
Agreed. Avea not getting another shield. Ficus not finding much use for his totem. He's been sitting on it. Oh, Jining has a strong aimbot up the top here. Fortunately, that Defenso was there to save the aimbot, but at the same time, the Hypno shut that down.
Yep.
The Gnats on the TAS are dead. The Legionnaires are dead, while the Defenso still lives. Wow, I didn't expect that Defenso to live.
Right, let's see what perk 3 is going to give to Ficus.
Joining with now the perk 3, very fast pings. Using Wreckwalker as a tank and a DPS here. Chaining is never running out of tech, it seems.
Right. Flame him. What do we think about that? I mean, it's going to help him
That's
burn
very
through.
strong to help out against the Defenso.
Look at that aimbot just murdering everything.
Will the Flame Imp get no hit in? That's so unfortunate. Once again, aimbot very annoying to contest.
Yeah,
You want to place your units, but they take a while to kill it. Fire him there. Unfortunately, gets wrecked by the Vulture.
Okay. Oh, Ficus needs to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage here. That Hypnotize wasn't great. It seemed to hit everything.
Yeah, he's counting on his APEP to deal most of the damage to anti-air here. That's the pressure of Stormbringer there, marksmanship and the auto attacks.
He needs to have something out to start tanking these hits.
He might good split on the Avea here, so that they don't all die to a Defenso. Escorting the heal buff.
He's got a chance to push at the top without the TAS being available to shut it down. So suddenly, this is changing the look of the game quite substantially.
DPS here.
Ficus has healed a little bit as well, catching up on XP, but still a reasonable amount down.
Another heal buff on the field. The Fire Imp has been going crazy on face.
Look how much face damage that's putting out. Next Flame Imp's here. Does he get a shot off? It really would be nice if he does. He does. Okay, so Ficus healed a little bit, so he's feeling like he can get the Blood Imps out again. A bit more pressure on the field. XP's almost leveling up. But again, now he needs to get something out. How does he deal with all this air? He really doesn't.
A lot of all the tickling damage up top.
That Taz didn't look
shading.
great.
He shut down the heal puff. The farm's getting attacked.
Okay,
They're trying his best.
He's doing an okay job clearing up the air.
Yeah, he's two-shotting them all. That's great.
Doesn't have too many options there. XP, right, Chaining about to hit Mana Frenzy.
There's Mana Frenzy. Chaining will start.
He should be able to win from this position. Ficus needs to contest the bridges, but he also needs to try to defend as well.
Anything. Is Chaining playing anything? he really needs to step on the bridges and deny the bridges.
Yeah, you've got to be careful. This is a very important part of the game. Mana Frenzy for both teams now.
Did he lag out?
Right. This Flame Imp's going to start doing some good damage. If it gets a hit off, does it? Oh, there's a beam as well. Okay. But how does he deal with this anti-air? I mean, this air. He doesn't really have much anti-air. Apep doing what he can.
The mark made them turn around. Away from face.
This is really back and forth. I feel like this is Chaining's game, though.
Yeah.
Because it's so low on
range
HP.
and the
Here we
ping
go.
will-
Hellfire. He got there in the end, but as you kind of pointed out, it seemed like he took his foot off the accelerator when he really needed to be pushing that advantage.
Yeah, as soon as you get Mana
Chaining.
Frenzy, you gotta flood the board instantly. You cannot let the enemy get any bridge.
Okay, so that's 2-1. The Chaining takes that. We'll have a look at how that affects the overall standings in just a second. Let's just report this. Right. Job. So there, we kind of saw the importance there of getting to Mana Frenzy first, but just utilizing that as much as possible. And Chaining wasn't for a little bit and found himself having to defend very deeply. Yeah, I feel like it was kind of a frustrating game for Ficus with all of his melee against all of that range. Very difficult to push into. Neutralizing the bridges was pretty much all he could do in a lot of those situations. Right, let's...
And the back and forth is pretty much what you want to aim for when you fight as a control Stormbringer like that.
Yeah. And then
The value from Stormbringer comes from all the chip damage from... over time, so you kind of need to really let his units through, clear them out, reassume control of the board. And once you see that the Stormbringer starts getting control again and lots of presence, then that's when you pull back and be patient.
When Apep gets so low HP against Stormbringer pinging constantly like that, it just means you have to really think about keeping something on the field at all times, and then you're just, you're losing value of your units that you're paying mana for, that your opponent's just killing with their master for free. Right, so looks like the 4th round is completed. We're moving into the 5th round. This is going to be the 5th and final round of the Swiss part of this event, and then we'll go into the elimination with our top 8. So if we have a look at the standings, we'll see where people are. We'll see who's right on the cusp. Bring this up. Okay, here we go. Okay, so Set and Nataraja have got 100% record. Yeah, that people were talking about Marked. Yeah, Marked's kind of weird the way it interacts, or it seems like Marked has a higher priority than Hypnotize. So, or Taunt, for sure. So if something's like marked onto a target, you can't taunt it off of that target because the marked overwrites it. Which is sometimes very frustrating when you're trying to save stuff with traps, taunt traps. Okay, so top 8 goes through. So what are we? We're probably looking. Got to have probably 9 points at least. we're probably looking about 9 points. So we're going to have people right on the cusp here who are on 6 points at the moment. So we've got Koi and Chainig and Kestrel and Duran. That ain't it. Sheaf, Salfang, Ficus, Silence, Centera, Briz. Almost everyone, really. They can't all get through, though. And the system will be taking into account all sorts of different stats as to deciding who is ahead of everyone else. So it looks like we're going to do Silco against Cyberlokii. Sinobii says, winner in, loser probably out. So let's have a look. We've got both of these players on 9 points. So 12 points to the winner. They'll, as Sinobii says, they'll likely go through. 9 points. It will depend on other results, probably. So yeah, this is kind of an almost all or nothing game here. So we'll get ready for this right now. We saw Silco a little earlier against Dark Crow. He was bested 2-1 by Dark Crow. He played KP, Milloween, and that Volko that really struggled against the Idol of Sacrifice. Let's see what they're going to come up against here. Right, so let's get these set up, and then we'll see if we've got them as friends, and we'll see the bans, and then we'll dive in. So
I don't have Cyberlokii.
There's a friend's number there. Let's send him a friend request. Okay, you're already friends. Nice, okay. Set up nicely there, and Silco I think we have. Right, okay, good. That's one thing checked off. Right, so let's update the score on the screen. So we've got Silco, got 0-0. So this is going to be the last round that is best of 3. Be best of 5 going on after this. Let's find. Right. Cyberlokii. Right, there we go. Thought we had a little hiccup with the internet, but hopefully we are okay. Right, Silco against Cyberlokii. Just waiting on the bans for those guys. Yeah, winner takes all in this. As we said, the winner is likely to be in the top 8, or will be in the top 8. The loser most likely will not. A lot to play for here. Okay, so just waiting for the bans and then we can go. Thanks for joining us today. This is Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf, the Minion Masters developers. Knight's Duel number 20. Thanks for those guys for supporting the event. Pom's here with me. Sinobie's there in the background, keeping everything running. You guys are here with us. The players are doing their thing. We're doing our thing. Everyone's doing their thing. It's a community effort. Thanks for being part of it. If you've missed any of the action or you want to revisit it or whatever, it'll be up on my YouTube from tomorrow. We'll put timestamps so you can go to the matches, make it as convenient as possible for you to see any of the action, and be able to skip this little bit of downtime that we sometimes have during these live events. So let's have a look what else is happening in this 5th round while we're waiting. Okay, so Nataraja against Set. That's going to pretty much determine who goes through as the top seed, if you will. The position in the top 8 will be used to separate the brackets. So the number 1 player will play the 8th player and so on. So that could be important. Chaining and Koi is going to be a good one. A lot of these matches will be about just determining position, whereas some of them are going to be whether you get in or whether you don't get in. So, do we have any bans yet? Right. MM ban selection. Through this, see if we find Silco or Cyberlokii. Sometimes the players will take advantage of doing their bans in privates, and nobody gets the advantage of banning first and having that reacted to. Okay, here we go. So, Silco has banned Apep, Snap Freeze, and Idol of Sacrifice. So he got burnt by that earlier, doesn't want to deal with the idol again. And Cyberlokii banning Milloween, City Watch, and Rock Rivals. So pretty meta bans there. Milloween and Apep, City Watch, Rock Rivals, Snap Freeze, and Idol. Can't say we're particularly surprised about any of those, Pom.
Nope.
Silco looks like reacting to what he struggled against earlier, so maybe he'll play that setup. That was we saw that Volko deck that he played with the Dormant Defenders. Really didn't have a good way of dealing with that idol, so one of the ways to deal with it is just to ban it.
Right, the Snap Freeze is a bit strange. I don't think that many people use it. I'll be spectating whom?
I'm maining on Silco.
Alright.
Okay, so we are ready. Given the players the go-ahead, and we are just waiting for them to load into the game. So, Silco can't play Milo. Cyberlokii cannot play Apep. Silco did play Milloween against Dark Crow, and he did win with his Milloween against Dark Crow. But he cannot do that this time. Okay, here we go. Loading into the first game. This is the fifth and final round of the first part of this event. Swiss format. We go.
Silco with a pretty standard Plasma Marine opening there.
Yeah, I think we saw Silco play this earlier. King Path with Outlander Tech.
Using the Legionnaires with Stormbringer to deal with them.
Right, let's see what's... Oh, that's a missplit, but doesn't really matter.
Silco staying back. He probably doesn't have bridge grab, so he's waiting till 10. What? It's an AoE? I never knew that.
Did you see that? It killed two things at once! Clip it! It is an
I
AoE.
didn't
It
know it was an AoE.
It has the tiniest AoE. I think they're going to buff it in the next one. It is AoE, but it's tiny. You've got to be standing on each other's feet to get hit by that, really.
Silco kind of being forced to use everything here. Unfortunately, he's not on the bridges, and he's not going to get bottom bridge either.
Got City Watch for Cyberlokii. Remember, that got changed, so it's no longer play this when you're behind on XP. It's just Empyrean Army in the deck building part of the game. Get that activated in your deck with 7 Empyrean cards and profit.
Not sure about that swap there. Silco has been doing this often. I'm not sure what these swaps are there for. Oof, Legionnaire getting chunked by the rocket there. Might see a squeeze from Cyberlokii, putting the unit as soon as the walker is through. Jolo might not be able to kill that himself. Defenso...
Yeah, Jolo's going to have a bad time at the top there with the Defenso. Marine's dealing with the bottom for now. There is a bridge switch available if he wants it. Deciding not to. Can bridge switch. I'd clear this and then switch to take the bridge.
The Bannerman in the wall there did nothing, unfortunately.
Okay. XP's okay.
Put out swap there for the bridge.
Yeah, I would have definitely switched.
Rocket scrap. Ah, getting value there. Being given value. Full health. But not a very scary thing. Although it does have a lot of health there with that spirit.
Yeah, it's doing a good job. It's gonna
Wild
survive.
kill from Tantrum.
Oof.
It even turns around thanks to the mark.
Yeah. I think the walking blind 8 saved the Jolo there. Looked like it was going to die on the Defenso. He got taunted away from it, then the Defenso died.
The impetus
Right.
to kill the...
That's the impetus from his perk 2. Gets that free spell. Suddenly he's got a good position. He's got some puffs on the bridges.
Yeah. Resetting with a very slow siege there on the back, and then rebuilding up his offensive. Oh, it grabs a spirit there.
Again,
That's
yeah.
exactly what he did.
Doing a good job. Basically just using it as a tank. It's a tank that's tanking.
He does end up with the bomb bridge.
Yep, and he's about to hit perk 3 as well. He could really start to take over the match at this point. We know perk 3 is going to be really strong. Let's get some night puffs.
Aggressive Hellfire there. Bit of a laggy Bannerman, unfortunately. Oh, 5 seconds to swap. Silco needs to get night buffs out. We'll do that with the Blood Imps.
Or not.
Maybe with the Gnats?
Or not.
Or he's saving it.
Okay, I mean that seems strange, right? I don't think it's going to matter, but it's definitely less than optimal. Okay, there we go. Silco taking the first game, and some good use of the siege breaker there. We weren't sure if we were going to see it. We have seen it. I've seen it a surprising amount, I think.
Have we seen anyone but Silco use that?
Sure, but the spirit on it really does make it tanky, which is really what you need from it, because it's not doing the DPS. We did see the AoE, the mythical Siegebreaker AoE. We saw it in action. Saw it here maybe first.
First in all of the games.
It does exist.
That was, I think, his only tank apart from Jolo, which you can't count on too much.
No, not when there's a defensive chopper around. Right, so Silco takes the early lead here, 1-0. King Puff. And again, we saw... Did we see any night puffs in that game? The Silco...
Only from the buffs.
I don't think we saw any in the last time we used it. This time, definitely not. But still enough. Such a strong perk. Okay, so let's see. So Silco, we saw previously, he played this King Path. Then he played his Milo, but that's going to be banned. And then he played Volko. So let's see if he goes back to Volko. He definitely played a lot of Stormbringer on the ladder recently. That might be something he switches to. I mean, you feel like with that deck he just played, you could just switch from King Puff to Stormbringer and not really miss a beat.
Yeah, pretty much. He didn't get much from the swaps, or he did get good value from the buffs.
Yeah, that spirit was really helping him out.
Also, rage on his aimbot and drone walker allow them to break the 50 damage threshold. So they
Kinda
start
disgusting.
one-shotting things.
Right, we are waiting for the players to load into their next game. Remember, the winner of this probably goes through to the top 8. The loser probably does not. At the moment, Silco has the lead. Good to see the Siege Breaker there. Not a card we see too often.
Now let's see both. I did compare the Siegebreaker to both in that both of them are just okay. They're
Yeah.
not amazing, they're not awful. They don't feel bad to play, they don't feel great to play. They do their thing, they're okay.
Yeah, both gives you that revelry trigger if you're looking for that, and as you said earlier, the Siegebreaker gives you that tech. You're playing that kind of deck. So they do have their places, but maybe only in quite niche decks. Okay, so Silco is in the menu. Cyberlokii is still deck building. Cyberlokii cannot play APEP. We haven't seen him so far today, so we're not sure what has been on his strategy list. Make sure you get your free rubies from the shop today.
Hot dog.
Let's go. We do have a giveaway running for the day. We'll do some winners at the end. Make sure you get in it by doing exclamation point. Team Mana Frenzy with the emoji. You do need the emoji. No emoji, no love. You also need to be following the stream, so if you're not following, make sure you hit that follow button if you want to get involved in the giveaway. Or just follow the stream so you don't miss any other action. A bit of a delay here between the players deciding. Loki's still in deck building. Silco's now returned to deck building. Players are encouraged to keep everything pretty quick. Right. Okay. Here we go. We're loading into the second game of this best of 3. Silco a game to the good. Can Cyberlokii come back? Or can Silco close out the match and look to get his position in that top 8 solidified? Let's find out. Okay, it is the Volco.
Cyberlokii on Morelia seems to be using the same deck as before. Not wanting to open with Swarmers. Swarmers at the back. That's the Dormant Defender from earlier.
Yep, so remember the defenders have been, Dormant Defenders have been changed a little bit, so now once they awaken, they will stay awaken. They also have this partial arcane ring.
And they got haste on top of that now.
Assassin, I think, at the bottom there, yep. Oh, that stun's going to be good from the Chain Lightning.
Now, how much are the defenders? Is it 8 mana for the 2 of them?
Maybe.
Maybe, I can't see it.
Maybe.
Skillins,
Yes, 8
slowing
mana.
down.
Yep. They're 8 mana, but remember you get 1 mana back for each one that dies.
So it's basically 6 mana, or you want to pay 3 mana for each of them. So you don't want to overspend on defending them.
No, they are quite cost efficient.
You see the infiltration from earlier too.
Yep, deep infiltration, but it will clear this up and take the bridges. Right, Prowler, aged, and waiting.
Cool muscle here.
Bridgeburn's going to clear the top mostly. Prowler.
Yep, Marines
There we go.
fly.
So you see he's doing the correct thing with the Dormant Defenders, waiting until he's got as much mana as possible, so they stay there waiting for as shorter time as possible. They do have that building decay.
Gnats on top of them, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is
3 mana,
good.
you can put it on there or you can put it elsewhere, but I think the Gnats is a good
Yeah,
use.
and again there we saw the limitation of the Chain Lightning not continuing and hitting everything, almost everything like it would previously. Right, here's the support.
They're on the bridge and the infiltration. Very rare to see infiltration as a thing and very rare to see it be used offensively.
He's already
Maybe
building
it's
up his
zero.
next push. This is a substantial push.
Right, and the mana puff just sitting there, that's probably his second or third drop.
The Raged Crystal Construct really hitting pretty damn hard. Slowly. But hard.
They
Right.
do pack a bunch.
Well, he needs to be careful here. He's so low HP. He's got nothing. Prowler. Okay, that's pretty much how I handle the Prowlers normally. Okay, Silco takes that by 2-0. He's going to be in the top 8 from the looks of it, and unfortunately Cyberlokie's going to look like just missing out on the cusp. We will have to wait until all the results come in, until we can see our finalised bracket, our finalised standings. Okay. Thanks for joining us today. Right, so we've still got some matches outstanding. Once they are completed, we'll know exactly everything that's going on. Okay. We just wait for those to come in. Don't know if we're going to be able to jump into any of the other matches. If there's anything interesting going on. Let's have a look. Okay.
And so does my crop.
Set against Nataraja looks like it's about to be done. Set has... Let's just bring this up quickly so you can see it. We don't have the second deck available. Currently, Set's got 17 growth burst shrooms there from the looks of it. Nataraja very low HP. XP is fairly level though. This is the owner against Stormbringer.
Walkers I'm about to see.
Look how many growth burst shrooms he has. I can't tell if that's...
I think
Is it like a spectator bug or something?
might be. I think so because that
Yeah,
golem
he's
didn't-
not picking it up. Yeah, okay. So,
You see a lot of test phase there. Weird.
wants to
Monkey
heal
gets a
that.
punch in. Ooh, ouch.
Yeah, we just leaked the illusory growth burst shroom card.
Voltron phase dealing quite a bit there. But the heal.
Yeah, Ruffle's going for the hill. We've seen how powerful that is. Nataraja at 65 HP. What is he going to do? There's no way he can survive, really. Shen's
Those
shock
monkeys
stick.
are gonna finish well. The monkey there, 45 health.
He's holding
Shen's-
on.
How much damage is it?
It's going to be 2 of them, so it's going to be 50 damage. That's going to be enough. Okay. Right, we just saw the end of that. Not sure what the overall score is. But that was interesting to see all of those growth burst shrooms. My god, that was crazy. If you use rampant growth with that many, the unit you put it on just actually explodes. Right, I'm just going to use the restroom quickly, and then when I get back, hopefully we'll have an idea of what's going on. Top 8.
so shall I then. Be right
Oh,
back.
hold on. Wait. Hold fire. That could be one game all in this. It's one game all, then we'll try to watch the next game. And get the score. Oh no, it's just 2-0. Okay. Right, I'll be right back.
Oh, great! I have the stream for myself. All right, here's what we need: high five puffs. That's all I'll say.
Okay, welcome back. I don't know why I'm welcoming myself back. That's completely normal. Right, looks like all the matches in the 5th round are completed. While we're setting that up. Just a reminder, guys, make sure you check out Sneak Energy at sneakenergy.com. They are a sponsor of the Fish Tank. You can use code FISH if you wish at sneakenergy.com. It's our energy drink of choice. It's sugar-free. It's low-calorie. It's packed full of vitamins and minerals, amino acids, and electrolytes. And it tastes awesome. Purple Storm.
I am back.
Welcome back. And make sure you use code FISH at LeetGamerSlippers.com. That may be something that I just made up. Okay, so let's have a look where we're at with the bracket. Okay, standings. Check. Right, looks like everything is completed for that round. And for the Swiss event, the Swiss part of the event completely. So we'll have a look at the standings. See if these may or may not be finalized. But this should be pretty much finalized. Let's have a little look. Let's bring this up for you here. Right, so we've got Set unbeaten today with a 5-0 record. We've got Dark Crow, Nataraja, Pepino, Silco, as we saw just then, getting through into the top 5 with a 4. In the top 8 with a 4-1 record. And completing the top 8, we've got Kyle Bickford, Yuxen, and Cyberlokii. We saw him just losing to Silco there, but it looks like he has just squeaked in by the skin of his teeth. So that's going to be our top 8. Remember, the way that the system works, it takes into account the results of people you played against, how the results went, how their matches went. It's all complicated, but trust the system. There is somewhere that shows exactly how the tiebreakers work, but I don't see that button right now. Let's just trust that it's there somewhere. Wait, hold on. How many licks does it take? Right, so let's bring up the top 8 bracket. So we should have... So we're going to have Set, who was the top performer against Cyberlokii, who just squeaked into the top 8. We've got Pepinoelgrande against Silco, Dark Crow against Yuxen, and Nataraja against Kyle Bickford. And that is the game that we're going to concentrate on first of all. Well, you guys don't have the high 5 puff? Jeez. Can you imagine being that guy? I get bored of using it so much. Ugh.
Shut up, I hate you.
The sad thing is I just get left hanging constantly.
Right? It's a curse for you too.
But it kind of looks almost like just the high one anyway. So it's just like high, and then, you know, if the teammate has it, then they can just complete the high 5. It's not too awkward.
If... Yeah, I tried to do the normal high, but then it doesn't work.
One day. Imagine a referral system working.
I wish.
Okay, so we're going to go into... This is going to be the quarterfinal. Sure that's correct. And we're moving it into a new rule set. Best of 5. And conquest rules. That means if you win with a master, you cannot win... Sorry, you cannot play that master again for that match. So we may see people switching up completely. We may see people just switching master and playing the same deck. We've definitely seen that in the past. Right, so we're getting set up here. We got... have I put the names back to front? Oh, okay. So I think Nataraja would be the favourite going into this, just from experience. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. Right, let's see. So Nataraja is here. Check. I'm going to be maining on Nataraja. And Kyle. Do we have a Kyle? Do we have a Kyle?
I don't.
Looks the same. Okay, let's get this set up. Kyle, not found. Big sad. Trying to see if I can find them. Not sure. Right person. Okay, so just give us a second to get this set up. We're still waiting for the bands, of course, to come in as well. So we've got a little bit of downtime to wait for that. What do you think of the new Bear Avalanche spell? Not available for players in this event, but just in general, what are your thoughts on that, Pom?
I have barely seen it, but it seems extremely strong. It's like a small nervous breath. It deals a ton of damage, as much as a fireball, and doesn't require any setup. Plus, spells that are over time are much better than singular hitting spells, so it kind of invalidates fireball. Does it deal phase damage, like 90 phase damage?
It's currently broken at the moment where it does. It's supposed to do 90, but it doesn't do any. But I think it's getting fixed stroke nerfed to do like 10% phase damage or something.
Makes sense.
So minimal.
Fireball has been like outperformed by every spell except for phase damage. Like Fireball is only there for phase damage. It is its only saving grace, it seems. Yeah. All of the spells they've been adding are been minions only. Well, it has no synergy with Stout Heart. Like, it doesn't trigger any rivalry. I guess it's just damage over time. It replaces Sunburn in being a strong forecast card that damages over time.
Yep,
Seems
and
a bit strong money damage there.
that's not even considering the slow that it applies, which is really quite powerful.
Is it permanent or only for the duration?
It's a permanent slow, but for the duration, it's an extra slow.
Hmm. Yeah,
It's like -2 speed whilst they're in it, and then permanent slow as they come out of it.
I see. Yeah, that's very strong.
So for 4 mana, that seems a decent investment. Right, hold on. We are looking for Kyle. Okay, this is him. Friends list is full again! God damn it!
Telling you, you gotta spend your Steam points.
Don't know how to play that game.
I'll make you a guide.
I mean, the only thing I did to get more things was to get the badges, collect the cards, get the badges.
Yeah, exactly. You can get them quite easily from the Steam seasonal badge. I'll link you it.
Thanks. My hero. Okay, try again. Right, friend requests going out to Kyle. Maybe he tried to add me. Maybe because my friends list was full. Maybe I'm the problem here. I don't know. We had a lot of new people in this event, which is good. Not for my friends list. I think I made the mistake. What I shouldn't have done is just accept everyone. I should have just accepted the people that I needed to watch. But you are all important to me. Right. We need Kyle too. Okay, I don't know his friend number, but you can just search his name. He should come up.
Oops, I disconnected.
Picture of a dude with a beard. I want to dox him too much.
Am I back? Am I here?
Has anyone seen Pom?
Where's Palm anyway?
Deafen in silence.
Let me find old Kyle.
Waiting for responses, says Sinobii. I don't know why he's a robot. Right, once we've got these guys ready, I don't think we have the bands yet, so... Fireball being a little bit bullied, but I know FDM loves Fireball, so don't expect that to ever get nerfed. Okay, we have bans. What ban do we have? Right, we have Nataraja banning Milloween, Idler's Sacrifice, and Beam. And Kyle is banning Milloween, Snap, Beam of Doom, Snap, and Cleaver.
How strange.
Cleaver
Cleaver?
seems an unexpected ban.
We never see a cleaver straight up. Perhaps he couldn't think of another one.
Yeah, I feel like Cleaver's not a card we see too much in these tournaments. New players kind of get terrified of things like a Cleaver, but when you actually kind of think about how they work, they're single target, they're very slow attacking, you can deal with them pretty easily.
It's kind of a even more polarized golem.
Yeah.
Cleaver is very strange. Sometimes you don't even want to play it for 4 mana. Sometimes you want to play it for 8 mana.
Yeah, it's one of those cards, you just got to play it defensively, get the value, and then once it goes off, once it flies the nest, you know, it's out of your control, really. If you've got some spells, just let it do what it's going to do. You often see new players just send the cleaver in. I'm going in, as Sinobii would say, and it just gets absolutely shut down.
As a baseline, I'd want a cleaver to at least get 2 hits in on your side of the arena before he even steps on the bridge.
Yeah. And even more so if you're talking about like a Doom cleaver, you've got to try to play it to get that guaranteed two kills just to make it at least break even. Right. Are you ready? Did you get Kyle as a friend? Yeah, I'm good to go.
Yes. So who am I spectating?
Kyle.
OKs.
Right, Nataraja against Kyle. You want to say Pickford like the English goalie, but Bickford. Bickford with a B. This is going to be the first quarter-final that we're going to see. This may be the only quarter-final we'll see. We'll see how it goes. In-game tournament mode would be very cool.
In-game friend referral system would be great.
Can you imagine, like, if they had an emote that could, like, interact with other emotes? Like, if you had the same
That'd be
one?
such a good incentive.
Can you imagine? Right, we are ready. They are waiting. Oh, yes, 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 yes. I said ready. Yes, ready means ready. We're ready. Let's get ready to rumble. Or something like that. Yes, Fault. I have. Who said it? No, Money said it. Yes, I've got so many high five friends. Ugh. Get them all. Right, we're ready. They've been given the ready. Ready, ready. Let's get ready to rumble. Yep, Cleaver Ban. Very interesting. It's probably not going to change Nataraja's plans. He's probably not going to think, ah, son of a gun. Really wanted to play that Cleaver. Now I'm just going to have to use my Rock Rivals instead. God damn it. Here we go. We're loading in to the first quarter-final.
Valorian, Stormbringer, Bridge Baddies represent.
Here we go.
Cal playing Kalet and Ardera with mostly full Empyrean. Already with the Ardera to 0 mana.
Did you know Ardera does the same DPS as a Cleaver?
Oh, that's why.
60 DPS.
She delivers it a bit better, though.
Yeah, slightly different way. Right. Oh, no activation. Nothing to take her buff when she died.
Yeah, Nataraja wanted to shut that down.
Yeah.
You didn't want any surprise there. Oh, there
He really wants this set up with the Caliph, the Ardera behind it. He's got the Sanctum to get that Holy Fire.
Ooh,
Healing.
perk 1. I think Nataraja was expecting the perk 1 from like that.
Oh, Stun Lance is shutting down just before the shield. That's going to be big. Okay, those Stun Lances really could be important in this game, because Caliph, if you can't shut that shield down, he can be a nightmare.
Cal pretty much needs to be patient and do nothing for a while. When you've got those offenses coming, you need to wait on the very back line to target your face there. It's kind of a test of patience.
They surely crossbow dudes will do decently against that, but they're all getting hit by these bounce berries.
Oh yeah.
Picking the shields off, picking them out of the pocket. That's really frustrating. Nataraja doing a lot of damage. does have some good tools, Nataraja, to deal with Caliph, though. This Snake Druid's going to be a nightmare. We've got the Stun Lancers as well. We spoke earlier about the power of the Slither, the control cards they give, and that's exactly what this is likely to show. Oh, we're taking massive face damage here. Under 500 HP.
Combo. Nataraja not letting him build up a combo.
No, it's kind of forcing it, so he doesn't have the mana to support it. It's going to end up dying without really doing anything. The heal keeping alive, but that poison being a problem. Ardera really did survive for quite a long time there. Now you see the poison goes through the shield, but the damage from the tick doesn't actually land while the shield's activated. When the shield, Divine Shield goes, the poison's there and they start damaging. Can Kyle hold on from this push? Ardera's going to clear up pretty nicely. Then we've got the Prowler coming in, having to use the Sanctum as the wall there. And the Prowler's probably going to clean the game up. Nataraja taking that 1-0. And that was a deck from Carl that really, he wants to set it up. He wants to get that one big push with all the support units, but he wasn't able to get that at all.
Yeah, I think a bit more patient at the start would have been good. The Ardera on the Judo there didn't allow him to build anything from that.
Yeah, the power of that deck is everything together. The healer, the shield from the Caliph, the Ardera. But separated, they are far, far weaker. Okay, so Nataraja takes that. Remember, we are in the best of 5 stage, so things are a little different. Nataraja has played and won with Stormbringer, so Conquest rules mean no more Stormbringer for Nataraja. Also, so Milloween is banned for both players. No Millow, no Stormbringer. Kyle did lose with Valorian, so Valorian can still be played should he wish to. Okay, looks like we're going straight into the second game. I'm definitely ready for this.
Showtime!
Right, let's have a look what we see. Right, Mordor. Sniper Mordor. Hello. You had me at Sniper Mordor. But it's Sniper Mordor against an aggro deck, probably.
He's got Mardred and no bridge.
So here we see Mardred.
He's got Gale. Interesting Rock Rivals towards the front there.
Yep, this Tombstone's definitely not going to res that Golem.
Nice rage for the statue, mostly.
Yep, he would love that res. Not going to get it.
You see, the Golem was a bit too forward here.
What's that wall for?
Kyle had a lot of... Not sure. I think he misplayed, meant to pull it backwards.
Must have been, yeah. Okay, Nataraja making a mistake early on, and that's really difficult because he's given a statue with the Rock Rivals. He's having to deal with this push. Mordar's going to start DPS enemy down. Here comes the heal, though, to counteract that Mordar DPS, at least for a while. Nataraja's going to die from this push. Kyle's back in this.
Because of the Rock Rivals there. Gotta be careful and handle that first statue properly.
Okay. Yep. I mean, the statue was almost dead, but not quite. I know from experience that if you put the Tombstone down and then basically do Rock Rivals at that point, you're never going to get that res. At that, you need to put your Tombstone down a little bit earlier to be ready for that. And of course, we saw that wall misplay at the top, which probably didn't really change much, but definitely didn't help the situation. But yeah, that's it. We saw, again, kind of a rock, paper, scissors in that situation where you end up choosing a late game Mordar deck and then you come up against a Ravager push deck.
Yeah, Golem is great against most big units, but here it's a downside that he has stunned because Golem has a hard time against Mardred. He gets executed before delivering the final blows.
Yep. Okay. Right, so back on it.
And
was in control of the first game. The second one, Kyle absolutely dominated out of the gate. And here we go, game number 3.
might be trying a new thing.
Looks like Mordor again.
We have XP Shrine. Interesting.
Yep. Stormbringer for
So
Kyle.
see, when you pay 3 mana for an XP Shrine, that means the enemy has 3 mana to extra 3 mana to deal with whatever you have. Oh, he's gonna let him have the XP.
Okay, so we've got a Bounty Sniper for one team. We've got an XP Shrine for the other. So both potentially giving extra XP, just in different ways.
Stixie again. Stixie very low DPS, so that's a
Yes.
choice for later that he's doing here.
Both. Okay, Bounty Sniper as well for Kyle.
The wall
This
here
is-
again.
I would say this is a much better matchup for Nataraja.
Will the world even die? Wow, okay.
It's frustrating because he doesn't get the bridge. Don't have too many. Okay, right. So Rock Rivals is available, but he's got to be super careful of that Snake Druid. Tombstone is up. Stixie here will start shredding. Remember, if Stixie gets a kill, Stixie attacks quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Removes everything. Right.
That is a lot of good targets for his lightning bolt here, but he didn't want to go for that.
Tombstone available. Rock Rivals hasn't been used yet. Jolo's not an incredible res. Oh, that's a Chain Lightning doesn't land where he wants it. It wouldn't have killed it anyway because it did have a shield.
Stixie still on.
He's thinking about the Rock Rivals, but he's worried about that Harbinger. He needs to...
They're wasting his attack there.
Yeah, he needs to get the Harbinger out of the pocket so his snipers can start aggroing on it.
He's building up on his own. Nataraja 260 on the field.
Yeah, these
That's
Stixies are going to start destroying everything. I do like playing these decks, especially against other sniper decks, because you've really got to pay attention to the way that aggro is working. We spoke earlier about how the Crystal Construct gives you that extra mana when it dies, and if it reses, which it almost did, then you get it extra mana twice. Chain Lightning's not going to be enough to shut down that Prowler, though. Needs to keep this
That
Stixie
Harbinger
alive.
might not die yet.
Stixie's going to kill the Harbinger. Okay.
Very close to the Stormbringer pinging the Stixie there, but
Still got that Rock Rivals ready to go. He might wait for his second Tombstone to get that out.
he might not even want to use it at all.
I mean, that could be a thing. Get so late in the game, it's just not really worth it. A teammate the other day used his future present as we were dying in Mana Frenzy.
I had a teammate who first uses the Ona Trap after perk 3. Stixie with a sliver of health, pestering him.
Yeah, Stixie
Nataraja putting everything to just defend it.
yeah, these snipers really building up. And the Chain Lightning's just not really doing what he needs to do. The problem with the Chain Lightning is it's not clearing the shielded sniper. It's not clearing the Stixie.
What happened with the Whirly there? Was it? How did it move towards this Plasma Marines?
Not sure. Okay, and that's how Sniper Mordor works. If your opponent doesn't have good sniper counters, and he did use the Rock Rivals at the end there.
Yep.
The banter. Okay, Nataraja taking a 2-1 lead, bouncing back from that second game Mordor destruction to showing how that Sniper Mordor is supposed to function. But now he's won with Mordor. He cannot play Mordor again. That's the kind of deck that you don't really play with other masters. So that strat's pretty much off the table. Yeah. As Sinobii said, he was forced to use Rock Rivals in that instead of the Cleaver that he definitely would have gone for before.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like Sed and Darkrow are game up in their matches. Back to the action here. This is game number 4. Nataraja against Kyle Bickford.
Same deck on Kyle.
All playing the same deck. I'm not sure. Did he have a Lightning Bolt before? I don't think so.
Yeah.
You did? Okay. You just didn't use it. Right. Ravager. Zenshi Ravager. Lightning Bolt. Shen. No. We got 3 shrooms. Are they real? Yeah, they're real, because we've got 2 from the Rampant Growth. We've got 1 from the Shock Rock. Right.
Will there be a stun? Anything? Yep. There's a Jinglong. Nataraja must not underestimate the punch on the Crystal Construct.
It does hit. It's slow, but it hits hard.
Harbinger for the monkey.
Harbinger's going to clear up, but it's going to take a while. That's the problem he's got here. Next push coming in.
Got the
Taking a lot of
defenders,
face damage.
the watchers, I mean.
Snake Druid doing a great job locking down the Brutus, but only for a little bit. Those 2 monkeys on face. Again, the Harbinger clearing up, but taking a while.
Oh, it was the Harbinger earlier that moved the whirly.
Yeah, you see the Harbinger there, push it off, and the Marine took it in the face. Right. Kyle lives. Shroom Puff pushing at the top, not going to be shut down. Oh, it is! Stormbringer says no, thank you.
Still got the bridge.
We're looking to see how he's going to handle this Harbinger. He does have the stuns available as well. Nicely done.
Shen will get a stun in, but no attack, which is good.
Ooh.
Oh, no stun even.
Just gets denied.
Ah, gets a hit in.
Kyle dropping dangerously low on HP. What does he have to do with that Battle Monkey? It's going to get hit back, but it's going to come hasted. Shock Stick coming in, doesn't quite kill it, but it's everything else is going to die, really. Well, that Battle Monkey, oh, it's still alive! Harbinger says no. Ting trying to close the game out. He's going to die to the Shock Stick. He's at 19 HP. Nataraja is in a position to close this out here.
Nataraja milking.
Just the power of the Zenshi. Here comes the Shock Rock. It's on face as well. It's the correct play. Nataraja takes it by 3 games to 1. Kyle fought back in that second game, but experienced Nataraja just too strong over the 5-game series there. Okay, well played to those guys. Remember, we are in the elimination phase, and Nataraja goes through. Kyle goes home. Probably already home, but you know what I mean. I know, he may be playing on a laptop, using McDonald's free Wi-Fi. Who knows? We don't judge. Okay, so Set is 2 games to 0 up against Cyberlokii. Looks like Pepinoelgrande and Silco 1 game all. Dark Crow leading 2 games to 0 against Kestrel. As we saw there, Nataraja 3 games to 1 up. Powerful. Yeah, the power of Zenshi there, the power of the Growth Burst Shrooms, the power of the stuns. Combined, it is quite monstrous. Okay, so looks like we're going to see if we can join the Pepino Silco game. Which looks like it's 1 game all, assuming that that is correct. Right, let's have a look here. Pepino... Boom. Okay, they're not in a game at the moment. Okay, looks like it's 2 games to 1. The Pepe. Okay, we're kind of dancing around where we're going to go at the moment. Right, Dark Crow against Yuxen. It's 2 games to 0. Zen. they're in a game at the moment. Not seeing Zen on my list. Okay, we'll try and get some extra action for you when we can. Dark Crow in the menu. Okay, we might just have to raw dog this game. Just one player's hands.
Masters, get ready. Duel.
Darkro and Zen have started.
Yep. Oh, that's probably why I can't find it with all those characters in their name. Right, I think this is 2-0. Looking like it's 2-0.
Darkro once again using his favorite snap freeze. Along with a spirit for his rock rivals. While Zen has a shroom for his. Frozen already, wow, as it was swinging. And now the statue gets frozen, damn.
Yep.
And then the Shen, wow. You see the power of perma freezes here?
So you get the freeze stops the attack, and then when it's unfrozen, it has to restart its attack animation.
Bit of an issue with that monkey on face. He's waiting to cycle back to another golem for that. Will he use the spirit? Spirit goes to Ting.
Zen's taking forever to deal with this. There's a freeze in there as well. I feel like he could have played that golem in a position where it wouldn't have got frozen. It's going to come
Perhaps,
back.
but
It's
then
going to
it
get
needs to
frozen
walk.
again. There he goes. Okay.
Frozen is indeed pretty damn strong now. Only taking 2 seconds and it triggering over and over.
That looked like he did the rampant growth on it. See that? Was nothing to kill.
Oh, moving it away with impetus so that his golem
This is
doesn't
going to
fight
be game,
down.
right?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, Shen stops it. But only for a moment. Okay, looks like Dark Crow takes that. Glad we got to see that 8-second match. Right, okay, we're trying to show you as many games as possible. Sometimes that doesn't quite work out. Right. Okay, so that game looks like that's over, so... that was, I think, 3-0. You saw how frustrating that constant freeze was.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that change from 3 to 2 seconds.
It's only 2 seconds for the first freeze.
I see.
There is a minimum of 3 seconds before a unit can be frozen again. So it's just that 1 second saved at the start. The idea, as I said before, was to buff the spells that do the freeze, which is kind of like a one-time only freeze, but of course then you get the Frostbearer, which freezes over and over again. Right. Looks like we're going to dive into another match, maybe after this. So it looks like Hino against Silco could be going 2 games all, and if it is, then we'll see if we can catch the final game in that set. Okay, looks like... Wait. Hold. Oh, no.
Holding.
Sinobii had his glasses on back to front. No problem. Right, so it looks like set against... Okay, so Nataraja, it's 3 games to 1. Dark Crow, 3-0. Looks like Silco's won that. Okay, so set against Cyberlokii is the only thing outstanding. And let's see what the situation is there. Okay, Set's, I can show you this just briefly. Set's about to hit Mana Frenzy here. Cyberloki's only just hit his perk 3. GG drop by Cyberlokii. There's a big push coming on. Mana Frenzy's out. This is a deck we've seen Set play a lot with different masters. And there we go. That's Set closing out his 3-0 victory there in the quarterfinal. So, once we get those scores locked in, we will check out the next matches. So we're going to be moving into our semi-finals. It's going to be Set against Silco, and it's going to be Dark Crow against Nataraja. I probably say that name horrifically. It should be something Nataraja. Something far more pleasant. Nataraja. It's, I don't know. Sometimes us. How do we say this? Us English speakers as our first language do struggle with some of the sounds of other languages. We do our best. Right, so we're going to go Set against Silco in the next round. We will see if we can see both of the other ones, both of the semis. Right. So, Set and Silco. Right, so do it this way. So I'm going to main on Silco, so I don't think this accounts. Right, semi-final. Silco versus Set. Right, so second semi-final is going to wait. So we'll be able to see both of those. So thanks to those guys for waiting. Let's reset our score. So we're semi-final. Best of 5 conquest rules. And Silco versus Set. Set's got to be the favourite here, right, Pom?
Probably.
Probably. Thanks for sounding interested.
Who am I spectating?
Okay, I've got Silco on the main screen. We need to wait until we get the bans for these guys. Yep, Idol has a very high win rate at the moment. Expect to see a nerf in the next patch. If you're joining us today and you haven't seen Minion Masters before, great to have you here. Minion Masters is a free-to-play game. Check it out. It's on Steam. It's on Xbox. It's super free-to-play friendly. Check it out. See what you think. It's a really fun game. It's easy to get into, but it's pretty difficult to master. We've got 260 odd cards now. We've got 13 masters. So it's pretty daunting as a new player, but just learn a little bit as you go. Pay attention to the stuff you're playing, what you're playing against. Start picking up bits and pieces as you're going. And you'll be a Minion Master in no time. Right. Let's keep an eye on the bans. Ban selections, right. Right, so Silco set. Okay, we've got a Silco ban in. Okay, so it looks like Silco's banning Apep, Snap Freeze, and Rock Rivals.
That seems very targeted.
Right, so no Apep for set. See, like Silco hasn't used the option to go in private for the bans, so set could react to that in some way.
Set is banning Millowin, City Watch, and Idol.
Where do you see that? Or you guess? Secret. Okay, thanks. Right. So, just to reiterate, Apep, Snap Freeze, and Rock Rivals banned for Silco. Milloween, City Watch, Idol of Sacrifice banned by Sets. So, no Millow for Silco. We did see Silco play a Millow earlier.
You see here that Set has banned 3 different deck types rather than triple down on a single type that he hates. Milloween is mostly for big units like Colossus Mardred or Rock Rivals. Then you got City Watch, which is the annoying Legionnaire Swarm, and you got Idol Sacrifice, which mostly shuts down Slither decks.
Yep. Good use of those powers. Right, let's have a look. Okay, Set is ready here. Silco's ready here. I'm ready. Ready when they are. Stop sharing my BattleNet tag. God damn it.
Let's play HOTS sometimes.
Heroes of the Storm. We used to play that quite a lot. I haven't played in a long time. Right. It's semi-final time here. Thanks for joining us today. This is Team Honor Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knight's Duel number 20. $200 on the line for the winner. And of course that Dynasty skin at the end of this event. But we're not quite to the final yet. It is semi-final time. We're going to have Silco against Set. And we're going to have Dark Crow against Nataraja in the next semi-final. Let's see if we can set up a...
Ha! Set up!
Yep, nice. Nice game, set, and match. We can do that one as well. Yep, yep.
Maybe we should call him SET.
Set playing Setsu.
Holy crap. Never ends.
Set up lots of jokes. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, a what do we call it? Prediction. Prediction. Right, start a prediction. Who will win? Silco or Set? 5 minutes to enter. Go. Got it. Right. Prediction should be open. Right, Set and Silco deck building. We're ready. Sinobii's giving us a thumbs up. We're just waiting on the players to start, and then we can dive in. Let's remind ourselves what we've seen so far. Silco, we've seen him play KP. kind of without night paths. Milloween, but that's banned. We saw him Volko have some value with the Volko. Struggled against the Idol. Set. Saw the end of the set versus Dark Crow. Right. This one's set up nicely.
Wonderful.
What are we waiting for? Wait, are you streaming?
Yeah.
What are you streaming?
My POV in Minion Masters.
You have a delay?
Yeah, like 5-6 minutes.
Elden Ring speedrun? Where the hell did that come from?
Why are you mentioning that?
I don't know!
Oh, FDM saying that.
Oh, I thought you were saying why was he mentioning that? Come join the stream. I'm pretty terrible at Elden Ring. Right. Thanks for joining us, FDM. FDM, one of the Minion Masters developers. Thanks for being here. If you've seen some of our other events, you'll know that he's commentated with me. A day off today. Right, looks like we're almost ready to go. Oh, let's have a look at the predictions. What's going on with that prediction? Okay, so 99% of the channel points are on set. More people have voted for Silco, but have barely used any channel points.
Rude.
Right, here we go. It's semi-final time. Refresh if you don't see the prediction. Should be
Diona. Alright, bridge buddies at the start. That gets instantly shut down by anything. You see, you don't need to wait. You play instantly as soon as the enemy plays.
right.
Kill
We've
pop.
got
Might
Silco
get
playing
shut down.
snipers, Bannerman, Mana Puff Madness.
Strange. Set playing a very straightforward control deck.
Right, here we go. Mana
Puff.
Puff. Diona's pretty good against that. The traps are really useful. Beam. I don't know how I feel about that beam.
Yeah, same. It could have been used elsewhere, that mana. He does end up with both bridges, though.
Yeah.
Like Mana Puff Madness, you're still paying 3 mana yourself. That's 3 mana the enemy has more to kill you with.
Yeah, it's very important to use it at the right time. It can really spiral out of control in either way. For you or against you. Yeah, so this is classic set deck. We've seen him play it 1,000 times.
There really is no hurry as long as you have the bridges.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to play into this Chisma too much. Right? The shield saves the shit.
Bannerman there.
Yep.
Didn't save the Kisma, that's too bad.
Yep. Okay. Here we go. You've got to think about how you're going to be killing these puffs. Right. Taunt trap really helping there. Right, all puffs are down.
Sniper's still up doing work. Frostbearer will not die to those. Unfortunately, as soon as the sniper step close to the enemy side, they're pretty much dead. Oh wow, he's got Scrat Swarm, but he's escorting Puff over there for the XP.
Set's got a big XP lead right now.
Interesting banner there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really achieve much. Trap
Really
to kill the sniper.
pushing that? Yeah. More snipers here.
Bannerman has been used already.
Boy.
40 XP ahead. If it continues like that, Set will reach Mana Frenzy.
Chisma takes the top bridge. He's gonna run away! He lives! What a legend.
Into the bear trap.
He lived. He lived briefly as a hero. Bannerman was a little bit... Looked like a little bit late, just about survived. So difficult to keep everything alive here. 3 snipers up. They could start becoming a bit of a problem.
I think Set can reset it whenever he wants.
Right, perk 3 for Set. He's going to have an extra trap now to start trying to deal with those snipers or handle these bridge interactions with the puffs. Rocket Scrat. Okay, Rocket Scrat's going to be... No.
Denied by the Bannerman.
Yep. Oh, the puffs die at the bottom, but the puffs are alive at the top. For now.
The buff did trigger their mana at least once. Kisma.
Kiss my ass. Right, Chisma fears itself and
Not a lot
survives.
of Jolo denying. Ah, there it is. Ha! That trap getting the Grenadier.
The traps are so good to just deny those puffs.
The
One
puff
puff.
gave 1 mana to Set there, and Ruffles almost died.
Boy.
Ruffle grabs a heal. The health is not really what he needs right now.
See, that Frostbearer takes so long to step on the bridge.
Yep. Here we go again. Just need to hold on a little bit. Keep those puffs alive, but that Rocket Scrat... Set just has enough ways to deal with it, I think. Grenadier, Rocket Scrat, traps. You know, those puffs are never going to stay alive.
An issue with Mana Puff Madness is that you're also giving your opponent things to contest your own bridges with.
Yeah. Yeah, a good amount of snipers up, but then eventually they
Interesting
push,
trap
they
there.
push forward like this. Okay, Puff's alive on the bottom bridge. Could the tide be turning? Set close to kind of Mana Frenzy himself.
Those 2 puffs at the bottom, very annoying.
Yep. This is where it starts to potentially spiral. Right. More
Set
puffs.
really is looking for his spear throwers, but they're nowhere to be found. More puffs.
puffs.
Maybe this is too much, or is it his winning move? It's either or.
Grenadier. Okay, Grenadier closes the bottom out. Set just hanging on here. Needs to get some
There's
Mana
some
Frenzy
puffs
if he
everywhere.
can. Yep.
Silco getting his early Mana Frenzy through the puffs, it seems.
Okay, the trap.
Silco overwhelming with traps.
Oh, look at the puffs. There's 5 of them. This is too many,
Wow.
surely.
Here come the snipers, and Silco is not letting him kill those puffs. He is flooding the board as much as he can, getting units in the way of the puffs
Yeah,
here.
they're everywhere now. A very interesting deck, and it looks like it's going to work against Set. There we go.
That one little good Mana
it.
Puff Madness, keeping those alive at the good moment, and Set didn't have the answers he was looking for at that moment, and that turned around.
Yeah, you just need to keep those alive for a little bit. It just gives you the extra mana so you can cycle and support, and then it just starts spiraling. It looked like Set had a lot of tech to deny the puffs on the bridge, but ultimately not so. There we see Silco taking a fairly unexpected game. 1. Set knows he needs to maybe change up a little bit.
Maybe I feel like Set had too many tanky units, not enough
Yeah.
like AoE. He only had like spear throwers and grenadier to handle small units. Didn't have much else. Mana puffs are interesting because they don't die to the defensive chopper. They don't attack, so that defensive was also not didn't see much use.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. You're just trying to push things into the bridge, but can't get that. Where's the old double Volco bridge burn when you need it?
All right.
Okay, that was a really nice strat, really different kind of deck. We don't see it too often, but it worked out really well there for Silco. Very well played. Right,
That was
sets.
Close one.
Yeah. Set was ahead on XP, getting very close to Mana Frenzy. Oh shit, says Fault. The tide is turning.
Did you say faults? With a
Faults.
Z?
Faults. Faults.
Love
No.
faults.
Oh. Oh, I didn't say that.
Love fault.
Yep, no one saw that coming. Set seemed to be in a good position. Just that Monopuff madness was enough.
He got puffed.
Let's have a look what the predictions were saying for this. Okay, so Silco got a bit more love at the end there. 71% of channel points. What's it done by? Oh, that's the top person. Right, okay, yep. 71% of channel points on Set. But less people voting Set. 6 people went for Silco, but didn't put the money where their mouth was.
Lesser people.
Let's go.
On to the
Right.
next.
Game number 2.
Holy
Set
moly.
seems to be playing the same thing. Silco Valorian. Nobody wants to make the first move? Come on. 1 mana for a bridge. That dies to a stint. Or that. Whoa.
Or basically anything.
Mana puff a bit early there.
Right, what do we have? We've got Dormant Defenders in there. We've got Adventuring Party.
Oh, really? Silco playing interesting things.
Yeah. There will be some good beam targets, I imagine. There we go. Whoa. Okay, gets them both. Nicely done. They look like they were going to kind of squeeze themselves out of it. Didn't quite happen.
Ah, with the groggy.
Bear Trap picking up one of the woodsmen.
And the healer there with the Elite Swarmer. I think that'll be enough.
Yes. Yep.
So that was a wasted Arcane Ring, unfortunately.
Yeah, it didn't really do much. Okay, so Set solidifying his XP lead at the moment. Got Border Patrol in here as well.
These times they will split up, so he can't really beam the... Or will he? No, Zealots. Activated border patrol.
Good DPS with that trap coming out. Again, Set holding the bridge for a long time here. Counter push coming, but Set's a 10 mana ready to deal with it. Oh, Rocket Scrat getting that second one. Set burning a little bit of mana here. A little bit of indecision.
I think he wanted to play Stint bottom to grab it up, but the elves were too slow. Elves all dying one after the other to Diona.
Thorn Trap doing a good job. Healer's going to get into Grenadier range. Grenadier's going to start DPSing that down. Healer's walked past that range, but then gets hit in the face by the Rocket Scrat. I'm not sure about this. He really pushed that border patrol when it didn't really need to go there. And he gets absolutely shut down for no really additional cost for Set. Set gets perk 3, and he looks in a much better position in this game than he did in the previous one.
Beam, yeah.
Okay, there's the beam. On face as well. Huge value.
No taunt? Strange. Burning.
Ruffles going for a heal at the top. Not really necessary, but every little helps. Tried to kill the healer, didn't quite get it. Shen's going to do some work. Get shut down. But
Possible beam if he feels like it. Speaking 2 again.
Such a big XP lead right now.
Okay, will he kill the Ruffles? Nope.
Okay, he's got a lot of HP, so he could just deal with this at his leisure. Here comes the pushback from Set, and he's not too far away from Mana Frenzy. He may hit Mana Frenzy here, whilst Silco's trying to defend this.
He's got a beam available for the border patrol.
Oh, yeah, his beam's going to be disgusting here. Doesn't get everything, but gets as much as is required. Silco taking damage here. This is going to be way too much. Bridges out. Silco stopped playing. Set's bringing this back. 1 game all. Silco taking the first with that mana puff. Literal madness. But Set fighting back. 1 game all. But that's the owner off of the menu for Set. But Set will probably play this same deck with whatever master. Just flip 13-sided coin. See what he's going to play with. Right. 1 game all. First game was very to and fro. The second game felt like Set was always in control of it. Always had the beam if he needed to have some heavy removal.
He doesn't overexpose himself anywhere. He only plays what is needed. Yep. Patience is extremely valuable in this game. You could pay 5 mana now, or you could wait 5 seconds and only have to pay 2 for the exact same result.
Yeah.
Time is as much as a resource as mana and health are.
We know that as... We know one of the things that new players do is they spend their mana as soon as they've got it. Which is very unlikely to be the most effective way to do it. So top tip out there, don't feel like the mana's burning a hole in your pocket. Only play it when you really need to. Think about your moves, be as efficient as possible. But don't burn the mana. If you're burning enough mana to set off the AFK bot, the problem is not the AFK bot. The problem is you're burning too much mana. Try to think about how you can use it differently. Okay, Okay, so just to remind you, it's one game all here in this semi-final. After this, we have the second semi-final, which is Dark Crow against Nataraja. Got a giveaway running all today. We'll draw some winners at the end of the stream, so make sure you get in that. And a reminder that we'll be up on YouTube tomorrow with the VOD, so if you missed any of it, you want to revisit any of it, check it out. Drop it a subscription so you get notified. Turn that bell on. Ding ding. So Silco in deck building set in the menu, probably because he just changed his master and is immediately ready to go. What's he going to play next? Diona is off the cards. What do you reckon his next master is going to be for this deck?
Stormbringer, Valorian.
Good calls.
He can't go APEP. Maybe Millowing. Generic control decks like that work with all the generic masters.
Right. It's Valorian.
Duel.
Here we go.
Same exact deck.
Yep. Okay, we're seeing Silco with his King Puff. We saw that earlier. King Puff. Outlander Path. Worked pretty well on some occasions.
Set is now using Poison Strike.
Okay. Little adjustment. What would he have changed?
I like that.
What removal spell did he have before?
Beam? No more beam now.
Yeah, that's right.
Interesting nerf to the Spirituals. They have 80 health now, so they get 2 shot by the drone walkers and friends.
Oh, look at that poison!
Yikes.
I think the change to Poison Strike may have been because of the Mana Puff Madness.
Agreed. Poison Strike is very strong, especially in slower paced 1v1s.
Yeah, even if it's not activated, it's still shreds.
That was the strength of the Zealous we saw up there. See, he had to use aimbot and even more, and 6 more mana on top of the aimbot. That's 11 mana to deal with 6 mana.
Underling says I save all my mana up and play it at the 3-minute mark.
Oof, that Grenadier got 1 XP.
Okay, pushing into this is going to be frustrating.
Jolo lives.
We've got another situation where we've got pretty melee-based deck from Set, and we've got a ranged deck from Silco. It's going to be very frustrating for Set to deal with.
Oh, I don't think that expected the marked there.
Yep, the re-aggro from the marked, forcing that to turn around on the Elite Swarmer. Kind of worked out in the end, but... Bridge switch for the stun. Not much DPS there. Here comes the slow from the freeze. Now...
Poison Strike for the Walker and to get Shoei at the Siege Breaker.
Yeah, that Poison Strike's going to do him a lot better in this game than the Beam of Doom would have. Bloodim's going to take a bit of a pounding here. Oh. Health is a resource.
Spirituals are a nice answer to an aimbot on face. Easily clears it. Jolo, the hero with Rage. Still 2 shots down. Interesting. That Defenso got shredded now.
Yep. It's not fun time for the Defenso against all this range.
Rocket Scrat sees a lot of use against Spiritual Tantrums, Grenadier, Stint.
Okay, this is pretty close. But I feel like the Night Puffs are really going to change it if we see them.
Oh, the Elite Swarmer touching the bridge. Yeah, we really want to see Silco get actual Night Puffs this time. Kill Puff will help a bit. Wow, the power of Rocket Scrat, he's got so much help.
Got a bridge switch available, has perk 3 soon.
He used it. Okay, he has it again now.
Well, not for another 30
He should
seconds.
really aim to get Night Puffs out now. Blood Imps, perhaps?
Doesn't have a bridge switch available.
Oh, he just used it.
I think
He
may
used
have
it
just
exactly at the
missed
same
it.
time as his birthday. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Set does not want him to get on the bridges there.
Poison Strike doing a great job there.
Jolo the hero.
Jolo.
Wow, the hero.
Jolo the 0. Doesn't have a lot of
Single
horde
Runewalker.
units in, so it's...
Strange. He's only got his blood imps.
No Night Puffs.
All night.
This is so weird.
You gotta have the night puffs. Snap freeze.
Yeah, it's one of the strongest perks in the game.
Right now would be decent. The gnats are a good target for the swap.
Yeah.
Come on, 5 seconds.
Here we go. Oh,
Oh, Shen dying, that was huge. No swap!
he doesn't have it yet. No, it's
Maybe he doesn't.
I mean, he doesn't quite have
Oh,
it yet.
I'm looking at the wrong one, I see.
I thought I was looking
at
at the wrong one.
Well, maybe he'll swap the aimbot, that's 3 units.
It's gotta be now, right? This is perfect.
Alright, Zealot's really stopping
Do
the
it.
Siegebreaker. The Siegebreaker takes a beating.
Ah!
Over
Do
swap
it!
department.
What is
Swap.
happening?
He's getting puffs on. Come on, get the swap! Please.
There it is!
There we
Night
go,
Puffs!
and they all die to the grid.
There's
Alright.
still some alive at the bottom. Right, can he get back? He's a little bit behind on XP. Those extra Night Puff bodies can really start to help.
The heals though here are helping the spirituals a lot.
5 XP to go. Set super close to Mana Frenzy. Both players taking a lot of face damage. Remember, TAS could be very helpful in a Mana Frenzy game. Bridge switch coming, but I think that all the puffs are all the blood imps are gonna die. Right, Mana Frenzy for Set.
This is it. He's not gonna
Silco
let
wants to
him
get the bridge, but he just can't. Right, Mana Frenzy for both teams, but Set's going to close this out. He's got way too much on the field there. Okay, Set taking that by 2 games to 1. And I feel like that's just a missed Night Puff opportunity. Many opportunities to get some Night Puffs.
Yeah, you gotta be going for them every single swap.
Yep.
From that first swap you did at 118 mana, that one could have been saved for Night Puffs. And then it's always Night Puffs you need.
Yeah, so you've got to pay attention a little bit more closely to the perks, the timer, when your perk 3 is available, and then when your next bridge switch is available, or if you've got one available, holding it until that, just to get that extra value, if you can. Wow, okay, Set comes back. Lost the opening game in that Mana Puff madness. Sniper deck that Silco played, but Set's taken the next 2 with the owner and Valorian. So, what's the next deck he's going to play? It's probably going to be the same one with a different master. Which master is it going to be?
Let's say
Currently unsure.
Stormer maybe?
See, this was what I was talking about earlier about how having some extra restrictions to not allow this situation, because it feels like it's doesn't seem ideal for me playing the same deck over and over again.
It's hard to restrict.
As Panetta says, this deck would be better with Stormbringer. Yep, that seems like a potential option. Especially if he's not getting too much value out of those Bridge Switches and those Night Puffs. That extra range is just huge. So... Raid Kim says, does he really play the 6-mana tank in the tournament? Yes, he does. And so he's had some success with it, and of course generating that tech as well, but... Like, what would you play instead of it? Like, you don't really have something that could generate that tech and be as tanky as it is.
Yeah, he did build around it correctly. He's not bringing other tanks that would steal that job away from the Siegebreaker. He's using the Siegebreaker to its full potential. He's not using it, like, only for DPS.
Like, it feels like it doesn't quite have enough HP, but then when it gets the spirit on it, then it becomes quite a different kettle of fish. So that's
and its attack merges well with drone walkers. Drone walkers are a bit faster, lower damage. It is very slow but strong damage, so they complement each other.
And of course, it's got that massive AoE splash as well. We saw that earlier. Those not one but two crossbow dudes dying to one shot from the siege. From the siege breaker. Insanity. It has a range of an AoE range of 1. Not sure how that weights visually.
Is it balanced around the fact it's an AoE? That's why it's so weak elsewhere. Why is it even AoE? It's not mentioned anywhere.
I'm not sure. I can't remember if it says... I think it has... Oh, I just had to look at the card.
Showtime!
Right, here we go. Game number 4. Can Silco fight back? Yeah, Morelia, that's another option. So, Morelia against Ratbow. Hearing a ping somewhere, can't see it. Ding. Okay, so we've got a Chisma Boomstick, we've got a Zips Zappinator. A lot of people, especially on the Steam forums, crying about how insanely OP Zips Zappinator is.
Don't get me started. Wow, look at the defensive chopper taking 5 years to even touch the bridge. Finally.
Yeah. See how it works out here.
But unfortunately, his perk 1 scratch slows down the defensive chopper in return.
Right, here it is.
That's time you need to consider whenever you do actions. Like, how long will the enemy be holding a bridge for? That's what really matters.
Rocket Scratch can do a great job here. Let's see how he deals with the Zip Zappinator.
First, he burns mana.
See, there, he doesn't put both things in front of it because Zip attacks in a frontal cone. So he got absolutely destroyed. He did have to spend quite a lot of mana though, but still.
Yeah, the Zealots got wrecked. Kisma being annoying. Oh, Kisma does not fear, which killed him. If he had run away, that would have been better than if he stayed in place.
Right, here comes the Scratch Swarm.
Oh, forced to use poison defensively.
Yeah.
That puts you back because you're playing for mana to not even capture a bridge. Still barely. Oh, strange interaction there.
Yep, Silco's a perk 2 now, so he does have the Mordaka from Ratbow. Not any insane targets. Cycles it really a little bit there. If he can Daka like a Defenso Chopper or something, that's probably the best case scenario for him. So, best case scenario. This
Ooh, forced to use the tunnel away.
comes the Chisma.
And it'll be quite a while to kill the defense, though.
Remember, the Chisma can get the Scrat Swarm buff, so if he's got 5 Scrats there, that Chisma will just attack over and over again. It did fear itself from one lane to the other. It was so scared it switched lanes. Again, the poison. And it's a good clear, because that Chisma's really hard to deal with when it's got that Scrat Swarm buff.
That's a good deck gun.
Yeah, that's a good target. Removes one of those high HP units.
Jolo. Jolo not great against skeletons. That's a good on set to spawn skeletons there. Jolo
He
still
survives.
alive.
Not for long. He did his best. Right, XP is basically level.
Silco playing that 6 mana he just spent were...
Yeah, I think
That
he
was
tried
6
to
mana
save,
in a row that wasted.
tried to save the Chisma, but didn't. But this game is going to be a lot about Nirvir from Perk 3, the Queen's Dragon. Is it going to have much of an impact on the game? Is it going to
Another
get...
bazooka spread, that's not what he wants.
No, he's had that a couple of times. Right, here comes the Zip. Remember, if you look at the circles on the back, the hoops, that tells you visually if it's charged up or not. There we go, 2 charges on it. The
Using
hoops
a
and then
lot to kill Defenso there.
the circle on the top is the 3rd charge. Remember, a fully
You can
charged...
see
Yep.
this constant like set underpaying a lot to hold bridges, and Silco not getting exactly on the bridges. That's what Set's looking for, just holding bridges for a while. Set missed the sniper. Oops.
That's not ideal. Right, here comes the dragon. It's going to be the only dragon
Missing
he
the
gets.
sniper
though.
again. Oops.
Oh, he went for the Dagger on it, but he didn't get it correctly.
The sniper will finally die. Wow, the sniper still doesn't die. Wow, that's so fortunate for Silco.
Yeah, look, this dragon's getting melted, not really doing anything.
Ooh, solo there into the defense though.
There's a Dagger available to clear that Defenso if he wants to, because it is kind of difficult for him to deal with. I feel like he might be struggling to decide what to do here.
Yeah, Scrat Horde isn't the power.
Chisma's not going to get the value it wants. It's getting a little bit overwhelmed here. And this is probably going to be game here. The dragon got to face. Set taking the game and the set by 3 games to 1. And it looked like that Nirvir was getting fully shredded. But it was able to just survive that push and then carry on and do its own counter push. And we see Set taking the game, the match by 3 games to 1. We know what sort of deck he's going to play. And do you think that makes it easier for his opponents to try to counter him? Because they've got a very good idea of what he's going to play.
Sorry?
With Set playing that deck over and over again, do you think that gives his opponents a good chance to strategize against it?
Yeah, well, they can certainly aim for a few things. That's something people need to aim at, like not only play a deck, but also this is a PvP game and you're fighting someone. You can set your deck to defeat their key units. I feel like defensive chopper seems to be a very difficult thing, so you shouldn't really build your deck around the medium units. You need an answer to a defensive chopper, or something that ignores it entirely. The King Puff deck fared very well against it.
Yep. Right. I'm just going to BRB, and then we'll get into game semi-final number 2. Okay, I am back. Right, so it's going to be Nataraja against Dark Crow in our second semi-final. Winner will play against Set in the grand final. Check the record, but I don't think Set's failed to reach a final for a long time. Right. Dark Crow's definitely been in a number of finals before. Nataraja, previously a winner. So some very good players here. It's not the same, yes. It's not the same deck. He changed the spell. Right, so let's have a look. Nataraja banning King Puff, Rock Rivals, and Idol. Dark Crow banning Rock Rival, Idol, and Ravager.
Sounds good.
Go through those in a second. Right, who is online? Let's find out. Is online. Dark Crow's online. Positive.
Mm.
Right, so
Yeah, I see both of them.
Set one that. For the next predictions. Prediction. Win this semi-final. Nataraja. Or Dark Crow. Right, semi-final number 2 to determine who will play in the grand final against Set. Nataraja and Dark Crow. And to remind you, the bans are Nataraja bans KP. KP for Dark Crow banning Ravager. No Ravager. We saw, I think Nataraja played Zenshi Ravager earlier.
King Puff, Rock Rivals, and Idol. Yeah, see that he's covering a lot of bases in that. Dark Crow, once again, Rock Rivals and Idol. And Ravager, yeah, he doesn't want an early death from a Brutus.
Okay, so we're just waiting on the players. Oh, not anymore. We're loading into the first game of this semi-final. It's Nataraja. It's Dark Crow.
Which one are you spectating?
Nataraja.
Make this entertaining, guys. Let's duel.
Right. Milloween against Wrecked.
Dark Crow and Wreck, scary.
Yep. It's an Azali. An Azali Wrecked.
And a Mana Puff Madness.
Nataraja's going for a little bit of cheese here. Colossus. Spawn of Fury.
Oh no. Colossus is gonna delete Azali. He doesn't have to... Oh, a beam might be interesting.
Mana Puff Madness. Shields.
The shield's very useful there. Wow.
Oh!
Those shields going through. A beam maybe? Yeah,
There it is.
he'll go for it.
Okay. It's Puff's
Puffs
still
at the
alive at
top,
the top.
still
Yep.
alive. Maybe the
All it is,
bats? Alright.
Yolo can clear this.
You don't really want to use your brilliance against that Colossus.
Kill it!
Will he start? No, he's taking a hit.
Those shields helped so much, and they seem to pop perfectly between those Colossus hits.
Right. Oh, he knows he has a Colossus, but he's still going with the Blood Imps. Might be scary.
He might just be like, you can punish me one time with it. No more.
Bats very annoying. While you're defending everything else, the bats there are super annoying.
Yep. 4 mana puffs available. There's the beam. Okay, those puffs still alive at the bottom, and no direct way to deal with them at the moment for Nataraja. Those shields being a real pain. Jolo's going to go in there now. Those puffs lasted a decent while, getting some good value.
Oh, that last one got another tick of mana in just before dying. Dark sending his wreck at the bottom to help clear things out. Up rather than out.
Yeah, this feels like it's kind of steamrolling a little bit out of control at the moment. He's dropping HP, so he needs to defend this deeply. Then the puffs. He needs to deal with those puffs as well. There's the beam as well. Oh, that's going to be huge. That's going to shut down any sort of Spawn of Fury potential. Blood Imps are out, though. They might get a swipe
to the
here.
Colossus.
4 of them.
Yikes.
Oh, that's massive damage.
1,000 damage. Would have been a bit too much.
The Spirit dropping on the Colossus could be a bit of a blessing there. Kept his position available for a while. No shields available. Okay, yeah, see, like that one Spirit really helped out.
He needs to get his heal puff out. He's been sitting on it for a while. There it is, but I don't think that heal puff will be able to be escorted though.
Watch for the beam though, but no mana for the beam. But he will get the mana because the mana puffs are just popping off.
Oh, along with the punch blast there, coming in handy.
Yep.
He shouldn't get bitten by those swarmers there. Okay. EXP 30 ahead, but Nataraja's gaining 20 ahead now only.
Yeah. Needs to be careful
Thing
with
is
those
that
Blood Imps. One Blood Imp mistake.
Rex perk 3 isn't as great as Minowin's perk 3, so he needs to close the game out. Going for an instant beam on the Colossus and Turtle combo.
Yes. Does it kill everything at the bottom before it goes? Oh, it gets the Spirit, keeps it alive. We've seen a couple of Spirits dropping just in the nick of time. There's the one punch blast. Colossus goes down.
Phew. Nataraja still holding on. He has his Turtle available now. Jolo doing his heroic work.
Might have to think about might be a bit late, but just keeping the
Oh,
the
darn
turtle.
Blood Imp? Really?
This is risky.
Nataraja might have been able to go for face damage all this time with his missiles.
He's going for the split.
Top lane, wreck to
Oh,
die.
HP though, HP. Oh, he's gonna survive, is he? Just
That's
beam.
150. Dancing with death there with the Blood Imps against
He was,
Colossi.
yeah. Did a good job though. They got punished one time, and that was
They pinged an X on it too.
hey. We've seen Monopuff Madness a few times today, which is very interesting. Monopuff Madness Azali, Dark Westling would be proud, yes. Okay, so Darkrow takes that game.
I guess it's a very annoying presence, the puffs. And it really unsettles the opponent.
Yep. And they're actually going for a little bit of cheese there. But Darkrow gobbled it up. Nom 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 nom.
Slashed throat cheese.
Perfect. Yeah, the Beam of Doom, I think, probably was the key there. If he didn't have the Beam of Doom, it would have been very difficult for him to deal with that.
Might have been nice to separate the turtle from the Colossus. Like, Beam of Doom doesn't kill a Colossus, it weakens it quite a bit. But it takes care of the turtle behind mostly. More importantly. Next game.
Next game.
Apep and Stormbringer.
Hey, looks
like
like an Outlander
set
Stormbringer.
deck. And a set deck on this side. Ah, yes. That's what I like to see on the Yelly Swarmer played before the Marine steps on the bridge.
Yeah.
This way you don't have your opponent contesting you. Armored Scrats, interesting. They don't really die to a lot of things actually. They don't die to Elite, they don't die to Rocket Scrat. They don't die to Jolo, so Barrel Scrats are very like slept upon. That could have been a beam right there to save the bridge, and he will go for it.
Oh,
Save the
there it
bridge
is.
for a
Nicely done.
game.
Simulacrum from his perk 1 for Dark Road.
That's bittersweet. At least it's not an illusory well. We see Apep's attack speed here working very strongly.
Yep.
Ah, the Armored Scrat's not quite delivering the DPS needed.
You talked them up so much and then they failed. to
Yeah,
deliver.
I'm sorry. That could die maybe to a Rocket Scrap, but I wouldn't try. Does it? Oh, well,
Boom.
it dies.
Wow.
Weep, 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 weep. Will it step on the bridge? Ah. That was a simulacrum. You're stealing a Jolo that for 1 mana, that's insane. Oh, Vulture for 1 mana.
That Rex Walker doing a great job there.
No use for the totem. Buzzer been doing work? Or is it the Vulture? Vulture.
With the marked. Okay, Dark Road got a decent XP lead at the moment.
But Nataraja's deck slowly builds up over time, with Dark Crow being forced to take bad trades due to marksmanship and the Gnats over and over. So it's not over. Vulture not dying, damn.
It's gonna hurt a little bit. Nope.
Armor Scratch to your rescue.
Scrat's best unit ever.
You know it. This is the kind of situation where it's hard to approach when you're APEP. All of your units are kind of weak to chip damage. Yeah, he didn't want to deal with that. And
We don't hate that.
Dark Crow's defensive chopper is completely useless here.
So you're gonna
Also
get from perk 3. Could it be very useful?
Question.
Zed says, I think I know this deck.
Rory, excellent perk 3 for
Nice.
Dark Crow.
More meat. Yeah, a lot of face damage coming out. Darkrow is in a good position here. Put a lot of damage on him there. There's the beam again, trying to stop the bridge. Does do. That's an expensive counter.
Yeah, but Aimbot is one of his stronger cards and the ones that Dark Crew will struggle with the most. Plus, you can count 1 mana for keeping the bridge. Ah, that Jolo,
Rocket
The
grab!
Dueling Vulture up there. That was a series of exchange that was entirely in Nataraja's favor.
Yeah, that rocket scrap just failed to get off. Well, he's really helping out now.
Stint hero.
Oh, this is gonna hurt though. Oh, that Berserker Rage. Right. Don't think Nataraja can hold on. He doesn't have the. He doesn't have enough to contest the bridges and prevent the face damage.
Yeah, but now at turn 3, that's his only chance. Dark Crow has no anti-air at the moment. He might beam this, to be honest. No. Ah, he's going for the kill. 2 beams. He only needs to survive. But now Nataraja should go all in with what he has.
He has
This is it. Dark Crow taking the time to squeeze his unit.
Pardon? Dark Crow taking the time to squeeze his unit.
Love to see it.
Beat yourself. Okay, Dark Crow takes a 2-0 lead here. Taking a page out of Set's book with that deck. The power of Stormbringer just not enough. Not able to contest, not able to shut down. Set gets a 2-0 lead in this semi-final.
Dark Crow. Not set.
Yeah, just testing. You passed, correct. Well done. Setting it up. Right, 2-0 to Dark Crow. Remember, if he wins this, he will face Set in the grand final, but Nataraja is not done yet. Not by a long shot. We saw Wrecked Azali work out. Dark Crow. Ali and the Monopuff Madness. Yeah, its stun never really does anything. You are correct there. What about, like, when it switches a bridge, it stops your opponent playing a card for, like, 2 seconds or something?
I don't think that's the kind of thing.
Disruptive.
Dark Crow playing Slither. Vortex, probably Amun.
Right. Looks like Nataraja's sticking on the Stormbringer.
Yep. Ooh, going all in here. Crow will take the bridge real quick. These Imps won't work.
No, they'll get shut down and then they'll just lose the bridge. A bit of cycle. Ooh.
Ouch. That poor Musketeer. I think the Disruptor Puff will move away. Oh, no, okay. He's fast enough. I think that'll be Dark Crow's weakness, the entire.
There's a bit of waste there with that Vulture.
Oh, he's not going for Amun.
Here it is.
Trying to go for the trap first. Oof, everything's melting. Aimbot. Oh wow, the Druid's sniping the aimbot.
Well, he went in with it, but it's going to be Vulture. I mean, it's going to be Vortexed.
Amun didn't die, didn't res.
No. It will do.
Ah, now he's giving him a res. Still though, aimbot and Drone Walker, both very strong against Amun.
We saw earlier people playing against our moon with no counters to it. At least Nataraja has decent range units. Just needs to be careful not to commit and then get vortexed and lose everything. Sometimes if you know your opponent has a spell, you've got to play something, bait the spell out, and then play something else. Don't lose everything to that one spell. Right.
See, here we see the annoying pings of Stormbringer just constantly killing the druids.
He knows that the statue is the annoyance. If he can deal with the statue, then he's got a better chance of dealing with the Armoon. No res for the Armoon. Okay, that's a great turn of events for Nataraja there. Shuts it down without too much problem. Yeah, so the marksmanship from perk 2 is really going to help Nataraja out in the trades.
He's gotta shut these down all at once.
Look at those gnats just staying alive for so long there. This range is just trading incredibly well.
Yeah, plus you got the marked, helping everything till 35% more damage.
Nataraja's get out of jail free card is that beam. If Darkrow stacks too much together, yeah.
That might have been too much, that Amun and Vortex there. The Vortex itself would have killed everything with the Druid.
Is the beam. Okay, there it is. Deal with it with your ranged units. If you mess it up, pull out the beam and reset. And now we'll see if Darkrow adjusts. Now he knows that the beam is a thing. Is he going to adjust? Keep everything spread out a little bit. Right, perk 3 for Nataraja. Stormbringer's going to start ping McPingerson.
Here's the air squadron. Just melting statues.
Yeah, Darkrow's in a rough position here. Long way down on
What
XP.
could you do against all of these air units? Poison Strike, maybe?
Oh,
Wow, he's not having none of that.
He doesn't want to give that a chance to get some value, get a res. Just shut it down. Sometimes that's what you do. If you've got somebody playing a deck that really just revolves around a particular card, just get that card out of the game. Kill it. Any which way.
That aimbot did die pretty fast.
Yeah. Poison really does stack up pretty quickly. Well, the Vortex doesn't pull it out of the pocket. Just Vortex things.
Yeah. This might be it here.
Ooh, Ruffles gets shot as well. I mean, even if he survives, he's going to lose the Honor Frenzy.
Man. Drone walkers are brutal. When they're allowed to shoot, they just shoot everything down, melt everything over time.
That's on face as well. He's dead to a beam.
Damage.
No Ruffles available. Beam coming in. Okay, Nataraja's back in this. Struggled in the earlier game with the Stormbringer, but persevered. That was a good matchup for him. A lot of range units to deal with that Herald Armoon. And of course, we saw there the beam. If things got a little bit out of control or he didn't have the right counters, just beam it all. Okay, there we see Nataraja fighting back 2-1 in this semi-final. Remember, the winner goes through to the grand final to face off against the mighty Set. But who is going to get there? It is currently unknown. But remember, with the Conquest rules, every time someone's winning with a Master, that Master is then off of the table for them. They then need to go for something different. So Darkrow can't play King Puff from the bans, can't play Rect or Apep through winning with them. And the same with Nataraja, can't play Ravager from the ban, and now Stormbringer is unavailable to him.
Let's see what they'll play next. Maybe another Diona again for Darkrow.
Yep, Diona's still available. Diona available for both players. You just joined us. This is Team Honor Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knight's Duel number 20. Thanks to those guys for supporting it, and thanks for you being here. These events are open, and they are beginner friendly. They're everyone friendly. So if you want to get involved in the next one, keep an eye on the news. Keep an eye on the Discord announcements. Look out for the events. They will be around. Anyone can get involved. Remember, we're having guaranteed prizes for everyone. Everyone gets at least a dwarf pack. Maybe more. The winner gets $200. Not bad for a day's work.
Is Minion Masters.
Ravager
Playing video
versus
games.
Apep.
Let the fight commence.
Dark Crew on an expensive Ravager here. Seems lots of people do like running Drone Walker and Aimbot, and yeah, it's been a combo that's been there for a while. It merges very well together. Ah, we got an Avea here. That Avea will probably get melted. Only one activation here. Scott is interesting. Tanking mostly.
Somewhere Cristiano Ronaldo is clapping his hands.
So happy about it.
Scotty! Let's go, Scotty!
Dragon Ball? Oh, Dragon Ball? No, I don't think that'll work.
Hey, what can Dark Crow get done with this push? Ravager going along the top.
Oh.
The Nats are always a great addition to the Scrat Tank. Scrat Tank wants to just survive this and close it. Lid doesn't quite do so.
Not the exchange he wanted at all.
Could have cleared everything up had it just shut down against that Defenso Chopper. Beams coming in here.
Could have used Dragon Ball instead of the Gnats. Let's see.
This is annoying for Dark Crow because he's just taking DPS here. The Nats are also going to DPS a little bit on the Scotty. Now Scotty's going to go off on his own. Avea has one activation so far.
Yeah, poor Scotty. Doing what he can, but that's only giving Avea another activation. Unless he fireballs it.
Renadier from perk 1 for Nataraja. Nice. Little addition to the deck. Already has one. Why not have two? Well, they are getting some activation there. Here we see the Scrat Tank shutting its lid. Nat's still on it.
Dragon Ball is still not being used. It's not a very versatile spell, like a Poison Strike would have given him so much use, for example. Cubius doing some work. There's a beam available. But he's just going for the shield.
Absolutely melted the Avea there. Gets one activation off. Dark again taking a bit of damage here, and this Succubus is going to get DPS down there by those Nats. That's going to be frustrating. It does get the buff, the Succubus, from the perk 2 Feeding Frenzy, which is enough to clear that threat. Would have been annoying had it not. Heal Puff. It's a little bit, a tiny bit of value. Avea is activated now. Squish it on the bridge. Shields. DPS. Right. This is Nataraja's power spike.
This might be his chance for a Dragon Ball here.
Those shields, though. Gotta watch out for the beam. He puts things in different pockets. He knows that's a problem. A lot of damage coming out. Can't drop low because that beam will start being a real concern. Right, what can Zip do here? So
Very hard to choose between Fireball or Tank here.
He really needs to just hang on. Terror Brutus is coming. Just in the nick of time. Okay, feels like this is Dark Crow's only opportunity, really.
Yep.
Beam, though, is
going
gonna...
a pretty early beam here.
Yeah, it clears a lot, but not too much of the Brutus. And Scotty going ham on face. Shield goes down, but remember the shield's not going to tank too much. Scotty getting supported.
That's
Lone
the problem.
Wolf is the free
Brutus
card.
is not the threat here.
Yeah, Brutus is just up there doing nothing, really. That's kind of a little bit frustrating. Blood Imps are out. Both
Well,
players
he
very low
enabled
HP.
Yeah, it's gonna be very rough.
Nataraja looks like he's going to make this 2 games all.
Ah, so close for both of them.
Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. That was just a little bit too late, but of course the beam is available. Nataraja takes that 2 games all. Wow. He's come back from 2-0 down. Fighting back.
Yeah.
They are APEP, just too strong there. GG. Right. We've got a game on our hands here. That means APEP has come and gone for Nataraja. Cannot play APEP again in this match. Done a good job clawing his way back from 2 games to 0 down. But no more Ravager, no more Stormbringer, no more APEP for Nataraja. And Darkrai, no more King Puff, Rex, or APEP. Did see Nataraja play some Sniper Mordor earlier. Is he going to pull that out? It feels like a risky one because that can get really hard countered.
Yeah, agreed.
So
It's mostly countered by lots of patience and knowing the health of each unit.
let's see what he decides to do. Deck choice is going to be critical here. Right, here we are, and this is the final game in this match. The winner will go to the grand final, where they will face off against Set. Let's see who that is gonna be.
Morelia and the Mordor. Zenshi Morelia without Rock Rivals, but he's using a blue golem instead.
Okay, he did go for the Sniper Mordor from the looks of it. Bounty Sniper at least.
Blue golem is still a strong unit in itself. You can get started from your very first use.
Yep. And as you mentioned earlier, sometimes that taunt really works against you against certain units.
Definitely. Maybe he'll go for a Jing. Oh, nice Jing there. You see his favorite, the Frostbearer. He could impetus something up top, upstairs for his golem to attack. Or does he want face damage instead? Oh, I see.
Something's gonna res. Okay, Prowler. That's gonna help DPS. Yeah, that worked out okay, I think. Oh, the Prowler's gonna die though. That's frustrating.
Just with a sliver of health, just because of Giant Growth there. An extremely powerful buff, by the way.
Yeah, that
Giant Growth.
Yeah, that would really have changed the outcome. This whole early part of the match. This is going to be very difficult for Nataraja to stabilize here.
The monkey here, I think he has Spirit on top of Giant Growth. It seems to have double health. But yeah, tons of health, tons of damage on units that are already strong.
Right. Okay, Nataraja survived the Rock Rivals situation, just.
Getting a Spirit in. Not on the thing he wanted.
Maybe
getting his little shrimp buff in the front.
No way you can shut that down.
Not sure what the impetus was for.
Doesn't want to lose that tombstone at the bottom there. Didn't lose it, but there's nothing to res currently.
60 isn't too big of a threat here.
No. See,
Oh,
this is
really well done, man. And yeah, right.
Not much you can do against that.
Oh, he's going for the Blood Imps. I think he's timing his Frostbearer perfectly so that the golem gets stuck swinging.
Yep.
Almost got the res. He will probably get a Prowler res here.
It's going to be a
Or-
sniper res, I think. It's not really what he wants. No? Okay, there's the Prowler res. A little bit of something that's going Nataraja's way.
Good impetus. It's still
Goes invisible, though. Worked out kind of well. Be careful here. Battle Monkey, if he triggers it, it's going to go crazy. Oh, the shock! Shen's shock stick!
Chaining up the stuns here.
I mean, he's going to be dead, right, eventually.
More stuns available in Jinglong.
Doesn't have a way to heal. He is ahead on XP, but he's got 32 HP left.
Yeah, Nataraja was about to start really flooding the board here with 2 tombstones that they really chain up perfectly.
Yeah, this is where the game is going to turn in his favor, but... Remember, right at the start of the match where he had that blue golem on face with just a slither of HP?
Yeah, we're feeling that now.
Yeah.
Dark Crow could kill with a breath and an impetus, I believe. Dark Crow just wants to stay alive. There it is, 25 health. Dark Crow, hello. What's Dark Crow doing? Does he not know?
Maybe not, but I don't think it's really going to matter. Although this dragon's going to melt. Okay.
Yeah, that was weird at the end.
Yeah, I mean, had that been slightly different at the start, then
I think that would have been Nataraja's.
Yeah, for sure. So close. Right, Dark Crow is the victor in this semi-final. He's going to go through and face against Set in the grand final. Well played to Nataraja. Not quite handling that early push. That's how close some of these things can be. We're going to get set up for grand final time here. Yeah, those... And then when they get the spirit as well, that gets out of control.
Plus spirit stacks multiplicatively, which means it makes growth stronger and it makes itself stronger.
Right. Grand final time. Set versus Dark Crow. Who would have thought it? We've seen this before. And I feel like every time they've matched up in the final of an event, Set has won it almost every time. If not every time. That could definitely be playing on Dark Crow's mind. So we'll see the bans. Bans could be very important here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they'll be.
Okay, so are we going to see Set rinse and repeat with the deck that we've seen him play a lot? Is Dark Crow going to dip his toe in that puddle? Seen him play a similar deck. We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll see what Dark Crow bans, and it'll probably be very targeted at Set's usual decks.
Discord announcement, so people know it's final time.
Set is banning Idol, Rampant Growth, and King Puff. Dark Crow is banning Avea, Idol, and Apep. That's surprising because like Avea and Idol, those aren't
cards that sets brings usually. I would have expected a Defenso Jumper, a Zealot, a Jolo. Maybe Darkrow knows he can beat Set's usual deck, and Darkrow doesn't want to be taken by surprise by the other very strong solo cards and archetypes in Avea and Idol.
Yep, that's a good point.
Now we'll surely see Darkrow bring his usual Rock Rivals along with Frostbearer or Snap Freeze. No Idol on either side. A King Puff ban from Set to Darkrow. Have we seen Darkrow play any King Puff?
No, I don't think so. But he definitely has that in his locker. Seen him play that Asali Rec deck.
Ah, yeah.
Okay, so no KP, Darkrow, no APEP. The set. Right, let's have a look here. Set is available. I've got set on the main screen. I think we have Darkrow. Yeah, okay, Darkrow's offline at the moment. Right, it's almost grand final time. It's set against Darkrow. This is it. Winner gets $200 and a Dynasty skin if they don't have them all. Got the bands.
I'm lagging.
What?
I'm disconnected. I'm gonna miss everything
What? Disconnected from what? They haven't started yet.
from the internet.
What? I don't hear you. What's going on?
I'm back, hello.
Oh.
Who will you be spectating?
Set.
So be it.
Right, set against Darkrow. Grand final. It's Team Mana Frenzy. It's BetaDwarf. It's Minion Masters. It's Knight's Duel number 20. We are just waiting on the players. Set's in deck building. That means he's choosing which of the Masters to play with his deck. Or deciding whether it's a Beam of Doom or a Poison Strike. You know, there's a lot of choices to make here.
He's overwhelmed.
We'll draw the winners of the giveaway at the end of the stream. So don't worry about that. If you're not here, don't worry. We'll make it work. But be here. And of course, make sure you check out the YouTube. We'll put it up tomorrow. If you want to watch the VOD, check any of the action you missed or want to revisit, we'll have that for you. But it's almost time. I'm ready. Set's ready. Hom's ready. Is Darkrow ready? Are you ready? Like Darkrow was not ready. Finished a little early there. A little premature about that, sorry. Set's in the menu. He's made the decision on the master and the spell. Thanks for joining us today. Welcome. Activate the glutes. Yes, everyone is well. Grand final time. We're on a 3-minute delay, so if we don't respond to you as normal, then please know that's why. We're just awaiting the players to ready up. Set is ready. Darkrow's still deck building.
Wait a minute, who's bad as a fish _2?
That's me. Oh, the wrong account.
Report.
Right, I think we're waiting on Darkrow at the moment. Set seems to ready. Darkrow's in the menu. Here we go. Almost. Minion Masters edge in. Here we go! It's grand final time!
Ooh.
Let's go. It's set against Darkrow. What are we going to see in the opening game? It's set! Sue!
Stormbringer. Crowbringer. Bridge buddies? No.
First time we've seen Setsu today. I believe. Rock Rival straight out of the gate. Picks up the Growth Burst Shroom. Gonna get shut down here though with the stun. It's kind of a weird interaction though because the stun cancels the taunt. The statue doesn't know what to do.
Did Jolo get slowed? I don't think so. Yeah.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Alright, well, Darkrow had another great hand. Not what you want to have to deal with the Rock Rivals at the very start, but he handled it well. Oh, the monkey could die to the Hellfire. Here's the turnaround.
Sometimes it's funny to combine the player's name and that of their master. This one we're going to call Setsu.
Darkrow failed to reload there. He noticed too late that the monkey got marked. That could have been a huge zap on the monkey. Now he's leaking.
Oh! Okay, he needs to be careful how he deals with this.
Or what?
Sure. He played something. This doesn't look good, whatever's going on. This Battle Monkey's gonna half, 3/4, 2/3, 90% kill him. Okay, we're not quite sure what's going on, but that was a devastating start for Darkrow.
Yeah, now it's gonna be Rock Rivals.
Okay, counter push though. He does have Rock Rivals. He does have the Jing. There's the Jing. There's the Rock Rivals. Not on top of the Growth Burst Shroom. Maybe wanted to try to keep away from the...
Set very on health also.
Yes, my goodness. Okay, Hellfire starting to cycle it on face. Setsu coming in on Stormbringer's face though. How does he hold this? I don't think he does. He's going to get frozen. Setsu reloading. No. Yes, 9 HP. There it is. That felt quite messy, to be honest.
One single mistake here by Darkrow. So he had his Zappinator available to be reloaded on face, and Set placed his Battle Monkey behind the Zappinator. The Battle Monkey got marked by the TAS. Darkrow could have very much reloaded then and gotten like 300 damage on the monkey, which would have saved him about like 2,000 health.
Damn.
Just a tiny fraction of a second deciding the game.
Okay, very quick first game there. Both players taking massive damage from their pushes. The early pushes there. Okay. Alright, hold on, let's get this right. Set has taken the first game. Setsu. Nobody liked my joke. GG. Setsu has come and gone. It was like two heavyweight fighters coming out of the corners swinging, doing massive damage to each other. But only one was able to secure the knockout blow. Okay. So we saw it there. Set does have multiple decks. Right, Dark Crow looks like he's ready to go in the menu. Set is in the menu as well. What does it mean? We don't know. The joy of playing the all-spell mayhem with people playing minion-only decks. A thing of
lovely.
beauty. Right, what are we waiting for? Set's back in deck building. He was ready and changed his mind. So this is best of 5. Conquest rules, of course. So Setsu is no longer available for Set. Apep is no longer available through the ban. And Dark Crow can play whatever he wants, except King Puff that was banned so far. Okay. Here we go. We're loading into the second game of the grand final. Set took that opening game pretty quickly, but it was close. Can Dark Crow fight back?
Diona versus Diona.
All those return to darkness.
A rage-based Dark Crow deck here. And people waiting for the 10 mana, 11 mana. Don't want to play first ever.
You go first. No, you go first. After you.
After you. The skeletons at the bottom would not have killed the Elite Swimmer. That rocket was not needed.
Those prop scrats can be an absolute terror.
Right. Oh, the rocket scrat getting a very lovely hit in. But the Zealots win. Dark Crow has an activated Werewolf. Ah.
Time to end.
That
Anymore.
See, these kind of moments here is when Set gains XP. For the last like 15 seconds, he's held both bridges. Need to keep pressure on. Alright, well, bottom needs a trap though. There we go, perfect. Putting all of your skeletons in the same lane means you get shut down by the same thing.
Yep. That's a double commit there. That Grenadier, the first throw hit like 1 out of the...
Yeah, I don't think the Grenadier would have won there. Strange lack of whirly on either side. Oh! Unactivated warrior.
He has nothing against this. Defenso available, but he's going to wait until it shreds everything before he can use it. Does he go for the Defenso? Doesn't have very many other options.
Defenso,
Yeah,
but
it has to.
Diana herself can shoot it down decently at least.
Yeah, but the Taunt Trap there, Diona was already aggroed on something else. That couldn't could have been a lot of face damage.
Now, when you're playing this, you need to remember what has worked before and what won't. So, like, Darkrow knows that there's a rocket scrap in play also. Like, we'll see it at the bottom now, probably. No rocket scrap.
Anytime now.
There it is.
Rocket scrap on rocket scrap violence. And one can live. Here again. But he needs to make sure he saves his defense for these. I think that's where he could really get punished.
Ah, I'm just waiting too long, letting the enemy get 1 XP tick there.
Lightning bolt again. Could have put stuff out to soak it. It's a nice timed trap though. Decent face damage. XP's basically the same. Defenso again, ready to go. Gets locked down before the bridge though, that's kind of annoying.
Warrior at the bottom clearing it out.
Warrior with rage, it is the lone warrior. Lone wolf, that's the one. Right, perk 3. Both players now. Those gnats mean the lightning bolt is very risky to play. Beam.
Does save the bridge.
That's nice.
You need those ruffles to get their bounty.
Yep. The trap's good against the scrats, the prop scrats as well. Very quickly attacking.
We know there's a lightning bolt being prepared.
There it is. Oh.
Play something! Thank you.
I mean, I feel like there was the opportunity there to take it. Seems a little bit slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically you burn your 11th mana, so you can go up to almost 11 mana before you burn it.
It's 4 experience on this bounty. It's so important to shut down the ruffles there.
Set in a strong position here. He's just clawed his way into an XP lead. Ruffles going to get on the bridge and neutralize it, take it just a little bit ahead of time. Could have stopped one of the XP triggers. And there we go, Mana Frenzy for Set. He seems to have been in control for this game. We expect him to close it out. Let's see if he can do. Frustrating things to push into, but he's just got just the weight of numbers on his side here. Oh, he went for the lightning bolt, was a little bit late. Didn't get the target of choice. Probably not going to matter. Can Darkrow hold on? No. Set is 2 games to 0 up in the grand final. I mean, he's been Darkrow's kryptonite for a good while. Is that going to continue? It's looking like it, but it's not over till it's over. Again, Set. Was that the same deck that Set's been playing the whole time?
Pretty much. Yeah, I don't see any much difference. Maybe 1 or 2 different cards, but
Maybe getting I don't know. You'd think it'd be getting a little bit predictable, but it's working out.
Yeah, I don't know why. The bans could be targeted at this deck. You know Set's gonna play exactly those cards. Ban them.
Okay, so another master comes and goes for Set. This time it's Diona.
Yep. We'll see what's next for Dark Crow and Set.
Okay, Set's in the menu. Dark Crow's deck building. Just a reminder, matchmaking is controlled by the hidden elo, not your rank. So if you play a game with people with different ranks, that doesn't mean the matchmaking's broken. It just means that the people will have a similar elo but different ranks. At the start of the season, ranks reset, elo doesn't. People play at different times, different amounts. They may not be at the same rank as you, but the elo can be remembered. You can have a really good elo, not play for 4 seasons, get an absolute terrible rank, come back, and you'll still be playing against a similar sort of people. Your ranks
Which
regardless.
I think is very good, very positive. Keeps the quality for matches.
Minion Masters.
Valorian versus Valorian.
Whatever the cost, the
Okay,
Empire must
interesting
not
matchup.
fall.
Dark Crow with Razor as his big unit, along with Smite. Nobody wants to go first. They'll just
Standard. After you. No, after you.
barf their mana. Chaos Legionnaires can stop a
Set,
this
of
crap.
course, playing the same deck. I think he's just cycling through different removal spells from the looks of it. He's got the Lightning Bolt here, which is probably going to be of very, very little value.
Yeah, very much so in this deck. Smite? Activated Smite.
Yeah, this is an Empyrean Army activated deck. It's got the City Watch in there.
The light grows.
See if you can use the power of that. We've got Tass as well.
The slow build-up always ends up with Set capping the bridges towards the 1-minute mark for about 20 seconds.
Yeah, he did a good job with that Grenadier as well, stopping the ranged unit before it stood on the bridge. Kept it blue
Yeah.
that entire time. Yep, not really much has gone on, but Set's got himself a decent XP lead to start with here.
Razor is there for the
Yeah, Defensive's just going to get DPS down here.
will be the answer to the Razor.
Doesn't
Avoiding
really
it?
have one. Valorian, pretty much. Hoping they kill themselves.
Right.
Okay, nice removal. Keeps the lane free.
Reaches ever further.
Here comes the push. Oh, there we go. The lightning strike, lightning bolt on the Ting.
Very good value.
Yeah, he's going to get a lot of face damage out of this. Sizable XP lead, really out of nothing. Right, Defenso. Razor Squadron's not available yet to shut it down, so it is going to chew through all of this melee for a little bit. Defenso's going to be liking the heal as well from Valorian if he can get it. 1 second. Okay, didn't really help at all.
Yeah. Crow dumped all his mana, but he didn't end up with both bridges.
Right, Razor Squadron. Seemed interesting choice for the lightning bolt.
Bit eager.
Whatever he hit was kind of bad. Okay, Tass is out. Tass without any nats though. Remember, Tass requires the tech for the nats, and of course the Razor Squadron is a hungry beast when it comes to tech.
Gonna work against each other.
C-Set constantly just topping his mana up, playing when he needs to, but only when he needs to.
Yeah, he's never behind.
Right, Razor Squadron
So we see
again.
that Set has uses for all of his cards. Unfortunately, Dark Crow hasn't been finding any opportunity to use Smite.
That Searing Light just murders the Razor Squadron. This feels like Set is on a final lap here. Almost a procession. He's super far ahead. 2 games to 0 up. Remember, best of 5. 3 games to 0 will take this event.
And the Shen out of nowhere.
177 and 78 versus 140 XP. And Set again, just playing the same deck basically over and over again. But nobody can stop him. He's about to hit Mana Frenzy. Right, this time the Tass has the nats. It's not really going to do much. Okay, 1 XP to go. Mana Frenzy.
Time to close it out.
Yeah, there's no way. He's been in control this whole game. Now he's going to have all this extra mana. There's no way Darkrai can hold this on. He's fought valiantly. It's just not enough. No answer to the Set deck. Oh, there we go. The Lightning Bolt getting some value at the end there. It's too much. Darkrai, stop playing. This is game, set, and match. That's it. The champion set. 3 games to 0. He played the deck to death, but nobody could stand up to it. Changing in the Masters, changing in the removal spell, but ultimately, nobody could really do anything against that. Okay, very well played to Set. And to the
Maintained
run-up.
control.
How would you counter that deck?
Ban Defensive Chopper. Play something else. The decks that they have been playing against him were mostly shut down by 2 main things that I see. The very good trades in 2 mana cost in Grenadier, Stint, Rocket, Scrat, and the very beefy Zealots and Defenso. Defenso has a very strong ability that the deck lacks outside of a Grenadier in AoE.
See, the weird thing is,
As for the
we know Set's
just
going
one
to...
thing,
Sorry?
it's very important to have like those few 2-cost cards are extremely important because they mean that every time both players go through a cycle, the person that does have those 2-cost cards that do win those exchanges will always end up with the bridges every cycle, every trade cycle. So having just one more 2-cost card that does win you the exchange is extremely important compared to the enemy. Like if you have 4 and the enemy has 3, then you pretty much always end up with a winning cycle. And that adds up a ton over time.
So the weird thing is, like, Darkrow's got to have a very, very strong idea of what set's going to play, which is going to include the Defenso Chopper, and then he plays a heavy melee deck against it that's going to just, you know, be countered by that one card on its own. Is that a little bit of lack of foresight, or what do you think?
Perhaps, I think so. I think that was the Razor is for, but it's not a direct, straight-up counter that kills that. It shuts it down. No, it takes too much time.
Well, the thing is,
Like...
the Razor kills the Defenso, but the Defenso's already killed everything else.
Yeah, and has captured the bridge, which is ultimately what really matters. It's always winning the exchange on the bridge.
Okay, Set is the champion once again. Very well played to him. He is the Team Mana Frenzy BetaDwarf Knight's Duel number 20 Grand Champion. And it was, you know, ultimately it was a pretty one-sided match in the end there. We saw that very quick Setsu victory in the opening game. Diona back and forth in that second game, and then Florian mirror match where he just felt like he was in control. Fairly straightforward. Well played to Set.
Yes, well done to Set and to all.
Set played with Setsu for fun, and it worked out for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, normally we have Anno to do the translation, but I don't think Anno's around.
What translation?
Well, we talk to Set.
For whom or for Set?
Right, let's take care of a couple of things whilst we're here. We've got... What do we need to do? Let's end the prediction. So, yep, a lot of people thinking it was going to be Set, putting a lot of channel points on Set, and ultimately, Set was the victor. Yeah, I feel like Darkrow against Set, we've seen that final so many times, and it's always Set coming out victorious. Darkrow, I feel Darkrow's really got to put a little... I mean, he's a really, really good player, don't get me wrong, and he has some really great decks, but I feel like he needs to put a little bit of thought into... A little bit more thought into how to counter this specific Set deck, because we feel like Set's going to play this over and over again. And, well, you know, if he's winning with it, there's no reason for him to change it, is there?
Indeed.
You know, he's going to play it until someone counters it.
You gotta target your opponent, not just an unknown person, like when you go on ladder to play, then it's a random person. But now here you know who exactly you're fighting against.
Yep. Knowledge is everything, or irrelevant, as it may turn out. Okay, so let's draw some winners for the giveaway. Give people a last chance to enter. Right, thanks so much for joining us today, guys. Hopefully you had a good time. I had a lot of fun here with Pom. Hadn't had a chance to hang out with Pom for a while, so it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us, Pom. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
Of course, it was a lot of fun.
So let's give people a chance to get in, then we'll figure out who we're going to raid. And then we will bugger off and get some food. So did we interrupt your sleep schedule, or did we fix it for you?
Bit of both.
Nice. You're welcome. Right. What do we need to tell people about? You wish you had food? You don't have any food? Hang on. You okay over there?
GG's, GG's. Yeah, I got a muffin.
Okay, here we go. Let's find some codes. Right, here we go. Let's draw some winners. Bunch of people in this. Thanks for everyone that dropped by today. Appreciate that. Nice emote, Pom. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for being a subscriber.
You can always count on me.
Duck we duck. Okay, let's grab some winners here. Right, Phosgene, congratulations. You've won a prize. Woo! Yeah! Thanks as always to BetaDwarf for these codes. And remember, you can stream Minion Masters and earn codes for yourself. Use them, give them to your community, whatever you wish to do. Let me know if you want some help getting involved in that. Right, there we go. Phosgene. Next. Science! We're doing it for science. Congratulations, science. Yeah. These are big dwarf packs we're giving out. These are the older ones with the rubies. The 300 rubies, 15 power tokens.
Whoa.
I know, right? Fucking baller. Right. Go. Keep going. Let's pick a winner. Coptus Original! Congratulations, Coptus. You're officially a winner. Right. Ornaments. So we'll do this, and then we'll probably go look for someone to raid. Normally we'd have an interview with Set, but Anno, our translator, is not available currently. So unfortunately that doesn't work out too well. Right, let's draw some more winners. Monster Mike.
Monster Mike.
Rolls off the tongue. Congratulations. Yeah! Right, let's get these whispered out. Who's next? Ex Mortis Yeet. Yeet. So as we mentioned before, these tournaments are open for everyone. They're free to enter. They are beginner friendly. So whether you're new to Minion Masters, whether you're an experienced player, whether you've been in tournaments before, or whatever, this tournament welcomes you. You want to join the next one? Look out for the news in the game. Look out for the announcements in various Discords. Come by my stream. I'll tell you all about it. Kiki, yep, good job, buddy. Tuning in right at the end. Okay. Show me the moment. It's always the same bloody people. Make it look like these are rigged. They're not rigged. Right, show me the money. Right. Big dwarf pack. Okay. I do have a ton of dwarf packs, so let's just go through quickly and give out some of those. JMO, this one. Alright, tournament. This quickly while we can. If you haven't entered, it's too late. Okay, Set's saying something there. Let me just figure this out. Right, Wolfpack. Right, Set says, I want to say a big thank you to Pom, Bad as a Fish, for the cast, and many thanks to Sinobii. He is generally the best. Thanks to FDM for this amazing game. Minion Masters.
Thank you, Seth, and well done.
Okay, yes, very well done. Very well played. And we'll look forward to the next one to see if someone can possibly find a counter for that deck. Alright, thanks for everyone that joined us today. Thanks for the bits and the subs if we had any. Much love. Okay. For these. Okay, got a load of these. Just go through these quickly, and then we're going to go raid someone, and then you are officially off the clock. You can do what you like Evening. Tangelize says, congrats to Set. Thanks to Baddest Fish 80 and Pom for the awesome cast. Huge props to all the competitors for playing today. And of course, thanks Papa Sinobii for putting it all together. Yes. Okay, there we go. I got bored of giving out codes. Right! Is there a delay on the whispers? No, there is not. Right, let's see who we're going to raid. Who else is playing minions? Let's go have a look. What's up? Okay. Oh, Pom's streaming. Kappa.
Sorry, I'm not allowed to be on Minion Masters without streaming.
Right. And of course, a reminder, if you haven't played Minions, go check it out. It's a very, very fun game. You can get it for free on Steam and Xbox. Maybe one day on your phone. Yo, Kiki, what's up? Right, who shall we raid here? Yep, if you were chosen as a winner for the giveaway, check your Twitch whispers. You will have a whisper there. A DM, a whisper, a PM, whatever you want to call it. Right. The tournament's deck lists are not hosted anywhere. They are in the VOD. Sometimes I make videos of some of the decks. Sometimes not. I try to freaking host myself. Broken. Okay. We're going to get a raid on. Right, thanks so much for hanging out today, guys. We're going to get our raid messages here. Raid message, raid message, raid message. This is weird. Don't like it. I don't like it.
What's wrong?
I want to say... Right, here we go. Let's get a raid on... no, that's not right. Okay. Oh, we need to do the awkward wave. Oh, you don't have a webcam. You don't have to do the awkward wave.
Maybe I can do it in spirit.
Bye. Right, see you guys again soon here in the fish tank. Check out Minion Masters. Remember, use code FISH if you wish at sneakenergy.com. We've been powered by Sneak today. And by we, I mean me, and maybe some of you guys at home. I don't have a deck to paste in the chat.
What are they asking for?
I don't know. Maybe Set's deck.
You'll have to rewatch the stream for that.
Yeah, or ask Set.
Straight to the source.
Wait for 3 minutes before it comes through on the stream.
Oh gosh.
Right. I mean, we have to, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm waving, I'm waving.
Mm-hmm.
Can hear the wave. Well, thanks for the tourney, and hope we can high five soon once BetaDwarf fixes the refer a friend.
Yeah, maybe.
endless conquest, my white whale, my white whale.
One day. I'll be sure to show you mine one day. And the high five emote.
Yeah.
3 minutes yet.
You haven't started on the stream.
I know. Almost there. Come on, do it. Do it.
Come on, fish from the past, start waving.
Most of the wave will get cut off on the stream, but it'll be there on the VOD.
The secret after.
So if you want to see the full
stream.
waving, check out the VOD. Gotta be close, come on. Wave fish, god damn you!
The longest 3 minutes. There it
we go,
is!
let's go! Okay. Alright, there we go. Is Chang swimming in? No, you're supposed to put that in the channel we go to, not the channel we're leaving.
But he do be waving though.
He do be waving. Okay, let's go see someone that's playing Minions. They're playing it on Xbox, I think. Absolute mad lad. Where's the raid button? Let's go. I'm gonna click raid now. Boom. Let's go.